Hello, everyone. Welcome to the stream, and we are going to talk about current events, more things in the alien pyramids, and elaborating on more things from yesterday. Some of you may see this as a rerun or a podcast and things like that. And I'm going to switch the screens and see everybody. Alright. And yes, Amanda, you can land it now. That was funny. And also, we have things going on with, as I said, the pyramids, and I'm going to start with doing gaming. So if somebody happens to see some rerun of this, just skip ahead at some point to get to the other topics about the pyramids, the current events, the person in Georgia that was arrested for a black person for supporting Trump, and I'll talk about that. Oh, that's interesting. And the alien pyramids, and the variety of different things. And I'm about to get into the game part, and I want to know, for those that are listening, how is the weekend? Is anything going on for the weekend? Everybody? Oh, Amanda. Yeah, I understand that with the cat. Sometimes the cat will do that. It will stare us down if we don't feed it. Yeah, I understand. And Ruby. Yeah, Ruby. Glad you're here. And also, I will say that, as I said, I'm about to do the game to see if anybody had anything they're doing this weekend interesting they want to talk about. I had an interesting day. It was interesting. Very hot, and there is some explosion over in west of me, and basically what happened was they don't want to burn things in New Orleans because of the drought, and something blew up west of me. Alright, I don't know what that was. Hopefully we're back. Yeah, so basically, as I was saying, I'm about to get into the game part for a little bit, and then we'll get into the other stuff. Alright. Alright, here we go. Into the game part. Okay. Yeah, chat, let me know if anything goes on. I don't know why that happened. Alright. Okay. Yeah. It is very hot. Very hot indeed. And that's basically, the weather dead in most areas down here. And it was a oil place. Okay, so over west of me, what blew up? West of me, this oil plant exploded. It's way past Kenner, so there's New Orleans, and then west there's Metairie, and there's Kenner. Way past Kenner, an oil gas place blew up. And that caused a problem, obviously. And there's a burn ban right now in New Orleans. There's a burn ban. So, people can't do grilling and things like that because they don't want to burn stuff, because they don't want a giant wildfire down here because of the weather. And I think it's very strange. We had some rain, but not too much rain. And also, I am glad that nothing blew up over in New Orleans or anywhere close to people, and it was contained to that region, which was good. And I think that there's different weather patterns and stuff that's causing this. I remember when I was very little, I remember hearing about there would be a drought in this part of the world, in my area, during this time period. Yes. And I think, basically, and I'm going to play some music in the background. There we go. Well, Sandra, I'm waiting for people to come over. For the others to come through. So this is not like the official. It's the show, but it's like a preview to the show. So I play a game while we wait for the others to come through, because some people come in later. I talk about the topics and things I'm going to talk about later on. It's not just like me just sitting here playing. It's like I'm discussing like a preview about what's going to happen with the topics, and then we get into them and talk about whatever. Also, with some music in the background that I made, and so there's some background. Oh, it usually rains a lot. Yeah, it usually rains a lot down here. Especially, like, it depends. Like, it usually would rain a lot, like, back in the past. Like, I saw these elephant ear plants that I was looking at pictures of. And, man, they're really big. They're really big elephant ear plants. And I saw how, as the rain slowly stopped coming here, although I still water the plants, some of these tropical plants aren't doing as well because it's turning more into a desert. So yeah, it's supposed to rain more often than it is because the grass is dead. And I think that is very strange. Very strange. Blowing up some of these ships over here. It's always fun to do. And I was researching something that Sarah sent me. Not Sandra, but Sarah. And she was the one in Japan. And she was telling me about how, about the dragons. And I saw the video that the people were talking about the dragons. And it matches some things they found in fossils, and some of them do and some of them don't. And in England, they had these tombs from these bishops, and they were buried with people with these depictions of these dinosaurs. And I think that it's very interesting. So it shows the correlation of these cryptids and things that we talk about in the past. People had those things. So speaking about the alien stuff. So with the cryptids, something like dinosaur type creatures, they're thinking maybe when England started doing agriculture and like farming, and they drained swamps, no pun intended, we need more of that in this country. So basically when they drained their swamps for farming, it could have caused the dragon creatures and stuff to either die off or go somewhere else, or they hid for some reason. It could be a variety of different things. But there is more stuff coming out about these other creatures from the olden world that will align it with this world. And what happened with Georgia, so I'll get into the article in a little bit. This black guy who was asking questions, something about Trump, he was arrested in Georgia with no bail, and BLM's not doing anything. They don't really seem to do anything about it. And it's kind of funny because the people, you know, they always talk about stuff, but it's what the news wants them to get upset over that they get upset over. It shows you how they're not really for people. They're just for an agenda. And a lot of just deplorable stuff going on. But it's also, besides that, it's interesting to know what the alien stuff's coming to light. And I'm going to be doing stuff on my weekend with my yard and stuff. And I've been enjoying doing these streams with you all. And I also like doing these things and talking to y'all. It's nice. Let's see. Amanda says, swamps by me. Actually, yes, there is a swamp by me. It's just a couple of, just a little ways from me. I'd say about, probably a couple of blocks from me. There's a swamp. I mean, my yard is a swamp. And basically with my yard, I mean the area, there's a lot of cypress trees and stuff here. But the swamp, it's Bayou St. John. It's up a little ways from me. Yeah, a couple of blocks away. And I may have to go back and look that up to make sure, because it's very close. I don't know if it's blocks or miles, but it's very close. And basically, yeah, because when the moon rises, it looks like Halloween or some movie. It's very cool. And like this, it goes to the cypress trees, because right in the front, behind me, the front, in the other area, there's these cypress trees everywhere, and it's nice watching the moon rise out of there. And when the moon rises, it's very nice. So yeah, the swamp is close, but there's a lot of swamp type trees and things all around me. The kind of wildlife I have by me, that's a very good question. The wildlife I have is basically possums, raccoons, and also we have these things where, say possums, raccoons, and cats and dogs. And down in the bayou in Lafitte, way below where I am, there's alligators and stuff. But in my particular part, it's just like possums, raccoons, cats, and dogs. And there's been claims of coyotes in the distance sometimes. So those are the critters we have here. Oh, we do have snakes here. We do have snakes. I forgot to mention that part. Yeah, we had this giant snake that comes out. And the snake comes out at a certain time. Like around, like in the afternoon, it goes and it takes a sun bath. It's funny. And let's see. Yeah, because Sandra was talking about the snakes, and like speaking of snakes, yeah, there is a big issue with the snakes. Yeah, I've seen them, and I think we had the rattlesnake, because one time I saw one, and it was rattling its tail, and it was making a noise, and it slithered off. And birds I've seen. Thanks, Amanda. I'm glad that you like the shorts. And a boa. No, we don't have the boas. It's like, as I said before, rattlesnake. Yeah, so she said about the birds. Alright, so we have redbirds, we have blue jays, we have... I've seen the pelican, but that's more like by the beach. You'll see them by the beaches. And with the beach, yeah, that's where the pelicans are. I've seen hawks, and I believe I've seen an eagle a few times, like like a bald eagle, or it may have not have been a bald eagle, some kind of an eagle. The bird was massive, man. And yeah, so there's little parrots. Sometimes at some point there's these little green parakeets that I would see around the area. Yeah, Amanda, I hear you. Now, thankfully, this snake was not known to have attacked anything yet, but thanks, I agree. I do think they're dangerous. And also, I will say, in my game, Amanda, I'm on this tropical island that's like New Orleans or the swamp, and I'm attacking these gigantic, tall bees, these wasps, and these alligators. No, not these crabs and stuff. So it's just attacking this crazy wildlife here that's trying to kill me. Well, I'm actually going and invading them. It's like a sport. But they're not good, though. They're evil. Oh yeah, so speaking of the zoo, in New Orleans they have a really cool zoo. They have a zoo that, I remember they had this alligator there that was a white alligator. No pun intended. It was a white alligator. It was an albino alligator. And I used to see it when I was a kid at the zoo. And at the zoo there's all kinds of parrots and stuff. And a story about the zoo. The zoo, when I was with my mom, there's a peacock. And the peacock chased me when I was in my stroller. And it attacked me. And, well, it wasn't an attack me. My mom had to run away from it. It was kind of funny with the stroller. And I don't know why, it just was running after me. And I remember the ducks. I used to feed the ducks sometimes, and I was like around the same height as the ducks, and they would try to like charge at me sometimes, and I was like, it was funny. I mean, I'm way bigger than a duck now. It's kind of funny looking back. It's like I was like around the duck's height. Oh, Amanda, that's interesting. And oh yeah, that must have hurt when it bit your ear. Yeah. I like the parrot like the pirates have. And I know the name of it, but I'll look it up to be sure. And also with the game, it's a little bit... Think of the name, I'll think of it in a moment. But yeah, so basically, yeah, I love the parrots. And at the zoo, there's these... Yeah, all these critters. And these, like, yeah, pretty much, you know, the giraffes and different things. It was nice. And what I'm thinking of is the aquarium. That's what I'm thinking of. It wasn't the zoo, it was the aquarium. Yeah, in the aquarium, there is this situation where you would have all these aquatic animals and stuff. And hello, Stranded Lifeform. Glad you could join us. And so basically, when I was it was the aquarium. When I was at the aquarium, all the fish I was at the zoo too, but that's where the white alligator was. And the zoo, I mean that the aquarium, basically we would go there and we would see the different fish and sharks and stuff. It was nice. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Stranded understands, and I remember it was like they were trying to charge at me. It was around like the early 2000s. Like I remember like when all that stuff was like, it was like the new thing. It was like during that year, but now it's way in the past. Yeah, so yeah, in the aquarium, yeah, me and I was on the field trip sometimes, going to the aquarium, and also we used to go there, and I remember I liked the glow in the dark jellyfish. That was nice. Like New Orleans has a really nice aquarium, and the zoo too. There's tigers at the zoo. I remember that, and I love the zoo about how you had all these cool like. I like the stuffed animals and stuff. That was pretty. That was nice. Yeah, Amanda, I understand. Thanks, Amanda. Yes, I sure was. And I was thinking like I didn't do nothing wrong to these little to the ducks. They're around my height. And we'll be getting into the topic soon that I'm going to talk about. And that's pretty cool. And yeah, I like they had the tigers, and as I said, the stuffed animals were cool. And I like the flamingos. So there was this area where they had flamingos, and you could go out and hang out with the flamingos, and it was pretty cool. I liked it. And I remember the gorillas and things. It was nice. My favorite one was the aquarium. I love aquatic things. They had these giant things, I remember. These gigantic, like, these, like, giant, like, fishbowl looking thing. It wasn't like a fishbowl, it was like a fish aquarium. And these hammerhead sharks, and all these the variety of different sharks. And then you would have, like, a scuba diver in there to feed them and stuff. I'm thinking to myself, this man's still alive. That's incredible. Like, but it was, like, trained to specifically do that. Oh, Sarah, that's good. I mean, Sandra, that's good. Stranded, there's something I said, I'm not too sure what it was exactly, what you're talking about. It was something that you're saying that I said, and cause I think I might know what you're talking about, but I'm not quite sure. Yeah, the one, yeah, Atlanta, yeah, it sounds like a cool one to go to. And basically, with Atlanta, they have a Six Flags there, so they used to have Six Flags down here. And with Six Flags, it was a nice amusement park, but they shut it down, and they still have one over there in Atlanta. Yeah. Oh, okay, Amanda. Yeah, it was about the geese. So, Stranded, I was talking about the geese, and I was saying, yeah, I understand about the geese. Yeah. Alright. Okay, Stranded. And right now I'm repairing the ship. Okay. And now we have a little crowd. I'll get into some of the stuff in a moment. Okay. Yeah. And another thing I like, yeah, so I like the amusement parks. They used to have a lot of stuff in the east part where I am in New Orleans, but they took them away. They didn't really help after Katrina. They just kind of stopped everything. It's kind of funny. And yeah, hope it all goes well, Stranded. Nice to have you here. Okay. Okay. I'm going to get into some of the topics. And so we got ourselves a little crowd here. And we'll go through the stream as usual. Alright. I'll switch the window really quick. Perfect. Okay. Here we go. I'm going to talk about... Let's see. Go over here. Alright. So, I'm going to elaborate on some things that I talked about yesterday with, and I'm going to get into the UFO stuff with the pyramids also, and we'll go through the different things. Alright. So yesterday we were talking about a situation with the Pentagon offering a plea deal for some of the Al-Qaeda terrorists that were behind plotting the 9/11 situation, and I'm going to get the chat in a moment. And here we go. Just a moment. Alright. We got ourselves a crowd. There it is. Yeah, so it was about the geese stranded. And she was saying about the gorge is very calming, and the rides scare Amanda, and now she's kind of scared of it, about the malfunctions, right? Well, thank you, Amanda. I always was good with computers. I always liked doing stuff with computers since I was a kid, and I'm going to elaborate more and talk about some of the topics about yesterday and talk about some additional things as well for this group that's here. And if other people come, we'll talk about the variety of different things. All right. Okay, Stranded. Understood. Good. He was over there, and he thought he was hiding, but he really wasn't hiding. Everybody could see him. So yeah, it's time for the topic. Here we go. Now we're all right. Yeah, I know, but the Canadian geese, I'm not too familiar with. I don't think we really have those down here. And but I like the yeah. As I said, when I was little with the ducks, that's when they caused me a problem. But they don't cause me a problem now. At the parks and stuff, I used to feed them. And also, what I was talking about yesterday was this is one of the 9/11 plotters that did the thing, to plotted the thing out, KSM, and the Pentagon is thinking about giving them a plea deal rather, and the families of the 9/11 tragedy are very outraged by this, and they're urging the president to not go through with it. So I'll explain. A plea deal that spares the 9/11 mastermind Khalid Sheikh Mohammed to death, and the person in the article says hell no. The Biden Justice Defense Departments are reaching out to the families to ask how they'd feel about a bargain that guarantees KSM and his 4 co-defendants don't face execution. Some may agree they may be wishing for closure on the worst day of their lives, and maybe 3,000 life sentences to be served consecutively. No, I say it right. Consecutively would be enough to finally end the prosecution that strung on for well over a decade. But we are pretty sure that they won't get many takers. It's beyond obscene. Obscene that they'd even ask. KSM and his accomplices have been lodged in the Guantanamo Bay detention camp since 2006 as military justice bureaucrats debate how to try them. And this is something how it's a political stunt. This next part really stood out to me. The Trump team ruled out any plea bargains. So when he was there with his administration, they said that there would be no plea bargain. But now the Biden's Pentagon office of the chief prosecutor is looking to deal, presumably, to at least get rid of the hot potato before the next election, or maybe after a possible Biden re-election, since he'll never face the voters again in 2024. That's their thought pattern. Whatever the thinking, it would be an injustice. KSM terror attacks killed nearly 3,000 innocent people, the Twin Towers, Pentagon, and aboard Flight 93, and the planners hope for far more. It's utter madness, and they're now looking for an escape hatch. And yeah, that's just very cringe. And yeah, he's a very strange character. And yeah, 2,000 relatives of the victims of they were sending him a request to not accept it. And his name is Khalid Sheikh Mohammed. And this would prevent a public trial. It's buffering. Hopefully that's better. Alright, let's see how this goes. I don't know why it's doing this. Okay, let's go here. Okay, it's better. Okay. Okay, so basically, as I was saying, how, yeah, I was just testing it out. So, let's do that again. And if it buffers again, let me know. Yeah, so basically what happened here was with the attacks. Alright, I think it's better. It's doing better now. I don't know what was going on. So basically with the attacks, this would prevent these terrorists from getting a public trial. And so if there was... So they want to prevent a public trial, and the spokesperson for the 9/11 families, for the group they have, are thinking that the reasoning is because they want to... The government doesn't want them to reveal things like our intelligence failures that could have prevented it, and the Saudi Arabia's apparent collusion with it. Alright, thanks, chat. Alright. So the family members of the attack were saying the pain is all worse, as we learned from the Department of Justice, particularly on the eve of 9/11 anniversary, in a form letter that it is proposing a deal with a terrorist that will prevent a public trial and will continue to keep information provided to his legal team secret and hidden. Exactly, Stranded. I agree. And the letter continued, "You are our president, and we ask you to prioritize the interests and the victims of the 9/11 terrorist attacks over those of Khalid Sheikh Mohammed or other terrorists, that you not bow to the demands that any embarrassed government doubts that the evidence in this case." So they're saying, like, some people have issues with waterboarding. Like, people on the left seem more lenient with these people, the terrorists, than our side is. And that's another interesting thing that occurs, where the schism between the right and the left. And this ties in because the left on the issue with the terrorists, they're more... They don't want to be as harsh. And officially 2,977 civilians were killed in this incident. And Brett Eagleson, who leads the 9/11 Justice Group that advocated for the families of the victims and supported the letter to Biden, lost his father, Bruce, in the South Tower that day. he told the New York Post on Monday, "I think that the most shameful thing about this is the 9/11 community has been fighting not only Saudi Arabia for accountability, but also the government. And the government wants to continue to cover up. They don't want the KSM talking, and they don't want a public trial because KSM, in effect, would spill the beans on everything he knows about the Saudi government involvement in 9/11 and the U.S. intelligence failures," he added. So, and they want him to do the right thing, and that's something that's going on. And, yeah, so this guy, he's the one that came up with the idea of flying a plane into a building. And yeah, this dude, he looks really evil looking. Yeah, that's him. That's the guy. Strange. And yeah, so that's basically going on, and this ties into the things that are going on with the country. And they're putting up all these things. It has to do with the like what the article said from the New York Post. All of this is the our political stunts done to try to, you know, do things for the, election and stuff. It has to do with like political stuff. All right. And yeah, so him and 5 other people are being kept there, and the right thing should be done because this was a terrible thing that occurred. And it started in Germany, in a college in Hamburg, and they were there doing that's where they went there. Like they all went to college there in Hamburg, and that's where the cell was created. And then they went over to Afghanistan and met this guy and Osama, and they did the planning for the attacks. Like they would get rid of their passport and say, "Oh, it was stolen," or something, and they lost it, and then they would get a new one. So that basically was a situation. Like that's how they do things. That's how they work with things. To give you some background about what happened, and the German intelligence, American intelligence, seemed to know something was going on. The computer, when Mohammed Atta was going through the airport, his bag was detected as suspicious, and then somehow they let him through anyway, and then he crashed into the North Tower at 8 in the morning. Yeah, so that's something that came out. And another thing I'm going to talk about is something recently that just came out. I'm going to read this article. And a Trump supporter indicted in Georgia is also charged with assaulting an FBI agent in Maryland. And that's him. And also it says, "Hey Meta, glad you could join us. Welcome. You're in the right place. I understand, Sandra. I understand. Our side definitely didn't do a lot." I was reading something on the screen. Didn't do a lot to prevent it, and it does, basically make sense in a way where they knew something could be going on, they didn't stop it. And that's why, Sandra, they don't want them to have a public trial, because they'll expose the stuff they know and expose what our side did wrong. So that's why, Sandra, we need a public trial to see what happened. Yeah, Meta is beyond help. He crashed here, of all the places. They shot him down. They shot his UAP down. A Donald Trump supporter who surrendered in Georgia authorities Thursday on charges he conspired with former president and other allies to overturn Trump's 2020 election loss is also facing federal charges that he assaulted an FBI agent in Maryland. Harrison William Prescott Floyd turned himself in to the Fulton County Jail in Atlanta a week after being indicted in Georgia case, along Trump and 17 others. So this is one of the people that were in that situation. Yeah, they're frightened of our strength, but they always have to. This thing's in American history. This has never happened. He landed on the his UAP landed on the edgy side of YouTube. Court records show Floyd, identified as a former U.S. Marine who's active with the group Black Voices for Trump, was also arrested 3 months ago in Maryland on a federal warrant that accuses him of aggressively confronting 2 FBI agents sent to serve him with a grand jury subpoena. An agent's affidavit filed in U.S. District Court says Floyd screamed, cursed, and jabbed a finger in one FBI agent's face and twice chest bumped an agent in the stairwell. It says Floyd backed down only when the second agent opened his suit coat and revealed his holstered gun. Yeah, just a lot of this stuff, in my opinion, is just they're trying to be political because they're scared of the election. The records don't disclose the purpose of the grand jury seeking Floyd's testimony, but he was served during the months that special counsel Jack Smith was calling witnesses before the federal grand jury that indicted Trump on August 1st for trying to overturn his election loss, but it was actually, in my opinion, I don't agree with that. On the heels of Floyd's May arrest in Maryland on a charge of simple assault against a federal officer, Floyd got swept in the sprawling Georgia case in which Trump and numerous allies are charged with trying to undo the former president's 2020 election loss in the state. Court records do not list any attorney for Floyd in Georgia case jail record. He was being held with no bond, so they're holding the dude with no bond, unlike the other defendants in the case who had attorneys negotiate bond with a judge before their surrender. I wonder where BLM is, because this black individual doesn't have bond. And that's just cringe. They're not getting all angry over that. But see, because the news wanted people to get angry at certain situations, and his name is Floyd, his last name, I don't understand why they're not routing around for this Floyd. Just the news, they want people, in my opinion, to get angry at certain things. I agree, Meta. That is very true. Floyd's attorney in the federal case in Maryland, Carlos J.R. Salvado, did not immediately return phone, email messages from the Associated Press. Federal court records show Floyd had his first appearance in May 15, in which the judge set conditions of his pre-trial release. He later surrendered his passport. This is just cringe. Exactly, Amanda. The August 14 indictment in Fulton County charges Floyd with violating Georgia anti-racketeering law, conspiring to commit false statements, and illegally influencing witnesses. TLT says the charges stem from harassment of Ruby Freeman. Ruby, we got synchronicity going on. A Fulton County election worker who had been falsely accused of election fraud by Trump. Floyd took part in January 4, 2020. Conversation with Freeman, was told she needed protection and was pressured to make false statements about election fraud, the indictment says. Like I was talking a moment ago about the Biden's Pentagon trying to give a plea deal to the terrorists, and it's like the Pentagon was hit by them. Like they hit the Pentagon, and you could see they always saying like we're the baddies and we're the ones that are causing like terrorism, so to speak. But it seems like that's what like them with the terrorism thing, the plea deal. It seems kind of flipped around in my opinion. It's ridiculous. Exactly, chat. And in Maryland case, the agents first reached Floyd by phone as they stood outside his apartment building in Rockville, over 20 miles northwest of Washington, according to court records. The agents told Floyd they had subpoena to serve him, and Floyd told them he wasn't home. When Floyd returned home with his daughter, he brushed past the agents without taking the subpoena being held out to him, according to a May 3rd affidavit by the FBI agent Denise McGrail. It says the agents followed Floyd inside the building and several flights of stairs. Bro, I don't even know who you are. Floyd told the agents, according to McGrail's affidavit, which says the agents made an audio recording of the encounter. You are two random guys who are following me up here into my house with my daughter. You are not showing me an expensive badge. You haven't shown me an expletive. Get the expletive away from me. As Floyd slammed his apartment door shut, one of the agents wedged the subpoena between the door and its frame, the affidavit says. The agents were heading down the stairs when they saw Floyd rushing toward them, screaming, expletives, the affidavit says. Expletives. Screaming expletives. Floyd ran into the agents in the stairwell, skirting him chest to chest and knocking him backward. The affidavit says, then he chest bumped the same agent again, ignoring commands to back away. Instead, Floyd began jabbing a finger in the agent's face as he kept screaming. The affidavit says Floyd only backed down when the second agent showed Floyd his badge and holstered gun. Floyd returned to his apartment and called 911 to report that two men had threatened him at his home, one of them armed with a gun. They were lucky I didn't have a gun on me because I would have shot his expletive ass, Floyd told dispatcher, according to the FBI agent affidavit. Floyd told Rockville police officers dispatched to his apartment that he didn't know who the men were. He told them his mother-in-law had called earlier in the day saying two men showed up at her home wanting to talk to him. The affidavit said he showed the officer text messages his mother-in-law sent the men's business cards, which identified them as FBI agents. All right, it's affidavit. No, that's something I said. That wasn't correct. Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, I know, Amanda, I do try so hard. I do. With the human language, with my alien language, sometimes it doesn't always. I have to try a little harder. Yeah, it could be a million things when I'm reading that. I've never seen that word before in my life, actually. Don't go after David. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, I learned that now because, before I could have made that mistake. All right. All right. Yeah, so that's the guy, and that's the situation that happened to him. And I think it's ridiculous. I'm going to see how this word is pronounced that I keep trying to say. Let's see. Now I can't even find the word. It's affidavit. Sounds like a Harry Potter word. It means a written statement confirmed by an oath or affirmation. All right. Learned a new word.
Affidavit. 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 Affidavit.
All right, that's how it's pronounced. Okay. Yeah, these are the pictures. Oh yeah, remember the biologics? It has to do with like medical things and stuff. Yeah, I remember Meta was telling me about that. Yeah, he enjoyed it. Yeah, we go for biologics again. All right. Yeah, let's go to biologics. There are four types of biologics. There are four categories of biologics. There's a tumor necrosis factor, inhibitors. And there's inhibitors, interleukin, there's B cells inhibitors, and T cell inhibitors. Biologic agents act more selectively. And there's another thing about biologics. So, biologics, like what Meta was saying, biologics, what they're talking about was during the interrogation when they're talking to the people about aliens. Hey, Anthony, glad you came. So basically, like what Meta was talking about, the aliens, it's a type of biological human life form, and the human life forms are another form of biologic. It's like human tissue, human, biologics. But there's all kinds of different types of biologics. And I will go and see biologics. Let's see. So there's different types of biologics. Like some biologics are like what Meta and I were talking about, where they could be a type of medicine. I mean, a type not medicine, a type of organism, a type of human or extraterrestrial flesh. And there's other kinds of biologics, and this one is very interesting to me. So, biologics are drugs made, like also medicines. The biologic drugs are made from complex molecules manufactured using living microorganisms, plants, and animal cells. Many are produced using recombinant DNA technology. They are sometimes referred to as biopharmaceuticals or biological drugs. Biologics are changing the ways doctors treat common conditions that have plagued people for years. They have revolutionized the treatment many serious and chronic illnesses and have nudged traditional small molecule drugs out of the top slots. And they help people with arthritis, cancers, and diabetes, and great number of dedicated biologic treatments. Yeah, so there's generic biologics. So while most drugs are chemicals synthesized from other chemicals, biologics are much more expensive due to their complex manufacturing process. Because of their high cost, there is a great demand for generic versions of biologic medications. Several pharmaceutical companies are lobbying for the right to manufacture generic versions. However, because they are so difficult to manufacture, there are concerns about the ability to manufacture generics. Now we got generics. There's no more biologics, but generics. So, what's his name? Meta. We got generics now. There's not just biologics, but generics. There's a kind of. We were talking about, like, life form biologics, like the aliens and humans, or plants or animals, or dragons. But I'm mentioning dragons because I mentioned dragons before. But now we're talking about these medical biologics. And I think that it's very captivating, and it looks like the brown shirts got to Stranded. So, several pharmaceutical companies are lobbying for the right to use the generics, and Humeria is a type of anti-inflammatory drug, and it's the best-selling biologic. Rituxan was developed by IDEC Pharmaceuticals. It's currently co-marketed in the United States by Biogen, IDEC, and Roche subsidiary Genentech. So these are just some examples of biologics in medicine. Money is in the generic. Okay, and Enbrel was developed by researchers at Immunix today. The drug is co-marketed in North America by Amgen and Pfizer, by Takeda Pharmaceuticals in Japan, by Weath in the rest of the world. It helps with arthritis and stuff. So these are some biologics that help with that. Hair is Sipton was developed by Gene Tech, and it's a subsidiary of Johnson Comprehensive Cancer Center. So it helps with breast cancer. Right, you see, yeah, Stranded. And you gotta remember, Stranded, that liars are great magicians. And the liars do not want people to know the truth. Exactly. Yeah, I understand. And one thing that I'll say, in my opinion, I feel that the pharmaceutical companies, a lot of things are rigged. They could be rigged. And I do think I'm not saying these things don't work. I'm not talking about these medications or other ones like them, but I do think natural things for other like cancer. It's like I'm not talking about this, but other things. I think natural herbs and are good too, in addition to the medicines also. There's natural remedies and also addition to medications they also have now. And so a combination is good. A combination. All right. Avastin. Yes, you did, Anthony, and you sent me some very good emails. And you remember you were talking about, Anthony, about the Ukraine situation in Russia. That was some good information, and I saw the video. Thank you. And in addition to the other things you sent, when launched in 2004, Gene Tech Avastin was one of the most expensive drugs on the market with a $4,400 monthly price tag. Helps with cancer. Remicade was originally developed by Cento Sir Arthro Biotech, which is now Janssen Biotech. This is for arthritis. Oh yes, Sandra, exactly. And also it's used in insulin. So some biologics are used in insulin and these various different things. Neulasta is manufactured by Amgen Pharmaceuticals. That's another one. Avanex is it's Germany's Fraunhofer Institute for Interfacial Engineering and Biotechnology. IGB in China, no, it looks like China, but it says Sina Gene Company. And we're talking about how biologics has to do with flesh and living cells and stuff. This Lucentis was developed by Green Tech, by Gene Tech. The injectable drug Lucentis is marketed in the U.S. by Gene Tech and outside the U.S. by Nova Atris. It's age-related molecular degeneration, macular edema following retinal vein occlusion. Okay, Amanda, thank you for sharing that. Yeah, Amanda, you are on a biologic. And that's it for that. And Meta is probably steaming, and he's probably triggered, and that is he landed here. He landed here, and we're going to see the survival rate for biologics. Well, I'm going to get into the part about alien biologics in a moment. So the drug survival for all biologics decreased with time, dropping from 66 a year to 1 and 41% at year for interception. And Erpton for 69%. But so the biologics that Meta and I were talking about, and the alien researchers were talking about, is aliens. Oh, Stranded, it's a joke that Meta and I did on a stream that you weren't here for. Maybe you were being interrogated by your phone and you didn't see what we were saying to you. So basically, there's a joke on one of the streams with biologics, and he wanted me to look up biologics, and so I was reading through biologics, and because it has to do with this alien topic, and he was triggered in a joking way, and basically, like, the biologic aliens, it just means they have human or non-human extraterrestrial life forms, like living, cells and molecules, but the biologics can be used there's different types of biologics. There's biologics that can be used in a variety of different things. All right, there's a variety of different things like medicines and things like that. And then he called into the show. It was so hysterical, and it was all good. It was all fun. It was like the saying I'm like a comedian because I was reading about all kinds of biologics, but not the other kind of biologics. Yeah, but it was just like an inside joke for chat. Yeah, because we wanted him to call through and call to the show, and he wasn't. So another reason why we read biologics was for that too. All right. So the 3 military veterans testified in Congress' highly anticipated hearing. The UFOs Wednesday, including people. He also said the U.S. has recovered non-human biologics from the alleged crash sites. So there are these non-human biologics that were there. And so when they mean biologics with the aliens, as Meta and I were talking about, they're talking about they had alien DNA, alien bodies and stuff. It's a fancy way of saying that. There are also calls. I don't know. We didn't have any sirs. No, I don't think so. I don't. Amanda may remember better than me, but no, I don't think it was. We had to get into that. No, but it was just like a funny. It was like a funny thing. Meta's really chill. Yeah, like he's not like, hey, Trad. He's not like that. Retired Major David Grush, who went from being part of the Pentagon's UAP task force, is becoming a whistleblower, told the House Oversight Committee's National Security Subcommittee that he had been denied access to some government UFO programs, but he knows the exact locations of UAPs is in U.S. possessions. Yeah, so that's what that means with biologics. Yeah, so exactly, Sandra. Exactly. Yeah, so basically, Sandra, the reason why they have these biologics, I mean, not biologics, the UFOs, let's get to that one. Yeah, so with the UFOs, they call them UAPs now, probably as a distraction from UFOs. Like, they don't want to identify with the UFO thing because they don't want to cause a panic or something. There's various of theories why they don't want them to have biologics. I mean, man, I need to switch to biologics gear to the UFO gear. So with the UFOs, they were that's what they're always called, unidentified flying objects, and now they're calling them UAPs, unidentified aerial phenomena. So yeah, people think it's a distraction from UFOs, like they're trying to change it to something else so there's not a panic. And that's just like the modern name they came up with it. But yeah, I like UFOs better, but like the modern term is UAP. Hey, Sander, that's a good idea. That could be possible. It could have to do with the climate change. It's very possible. Yeah, so this looks like a UFO by the moon. Yeah, I remember when I was a kid, we were talking about this UFO incident that occurred on the moon, where they heard this weird screaming, screeching noise, and that must be it. And it says in the beginning of the return from the moon on April 27th, 1972, splashed and the astronauts that went there. There was a thing there, and it was described as a dome saucer type shape. So basically, what they see here is when they went to the moon, they saw this UFO looking thing, as you could see on the screen. And there was a recording of the moon where they had this weird yodeling, screeching stuff. And yeah, so that's some more pictures of it. And so that is some information. So the aliens, the UFOs have been spotted by the moon, and that they saw this UFO there. And I think that, and also the recently NASA people are talking about how they saw UFOs on the moon and their experiences with them and how they believe they could be the fallen angels or something associated with them. or at least the ones, a lot of them what we're seeing. And hello, SC. Glad that you're over here, man. And Stranded, thank you for the information. I didn't know that about the Amish, that they didn't have cases of that. One thing I said I was getting into the pyramids, so we're gonna get into that. Alright. Let's go to the other thing. Alright, Amanda. Alright, chat, so we're getting to the pyramids now. And we'll get into the other, as I said, I talked about UFOs before. I talked about Trump and the black dude that was arrested. And that was in his alliance. And we talked about Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, how the Pentagon wants to do a plea deal with the 9/11 terrorists, and Trump didn't want to make a plea deal with them, and they're doing stuff for political reasons. It's cringe. And so, like, Khalid Sheikh Mohammed was the one that, like, said, you know what, it's like, he was like, okay, fly a plane to a building. And they were like, oh, okay. So that's the guy that came up with that idea. Alright, chat, so pyramid time. Alright, so this is a pyramid in Giza, Egypt. And, you know, Egypt's a cool place. I love Egypt. And also, when the pyramids were originally there, they're much different looking than you see them now. And it's believed that the extraterrestrials helped them construct the pyramids. Hey, Way of the Road. Glad that you're here. Nice to have you here, Way of the Road. This is one of my friends from 2 other streams, and glad he's here. And yeah, so now we're getting into the part of the extraterrestrial aliens. Yeah, so that the aliens helped them build this thing, basically. And that we have pyramids all over the world, in different parts of the world where they would lack technology and communication like we do now. So this leads to more mysteries and more questions. And also we have this, you see the pyramids, the smaller ones they resemble the ones from South America. And yes, and I studied in geometry about these pyramids. And also, that's Egypt. That's some more pictures of it. That's them walking past it. And that's them all together, chilling. And let's get into some of the technicalities of the Egyptian pyramid. Like what's inside of these things. And let's see. What is this? What is this? Yeah. Alright. So this is a diagram of the pyramid inside. Like what you would have inside one of these pyramids. There's the blueprint of it. And it says, and I will get into the alien conspiracies about these things. I just also want to point out some things about the interior of these pyramids. The Great Pyramid of Giza is better known as the Pyramid of Cheops. I butchered that probably. And if chat knows that word, they can let me know. One of the greatest monuments in Egypt is a marvelous because the scientists haven't still defined how it was created. It was one of the most arguable topics in the modern archaeology. However, it is not one, and only something mysterious is hidden in the area of the Great Pyramid of Giza. And the person says in the article, let me assure it has changed life of Napoleon, the great monarch and conqueror, and Napoleon Bonaparte. And how is this possible? Well, that's about Napoleon in Egypt. Yes, Anthony, that's true. And you showed a video from Kirby about that and how the pyramids, they're symmetrical. Yes, that's true. From what you said. All right. All right. So this is about Napoleon and how Napoleon must have known something about the place of power and the sacrifices. And headed to Cairo, and I wanted to see something about the pyramid. So basically, that's the interior of the pyramid. And Napoleon went there. Yes, the alien thing, it in chat, it's like I'll go through this and about the alien theories, and it could have been with alien help. It could have been humans building it. But I do think that, in my opinion, there's something extraterrestrial about it. And let's see. Oh, of course, they're saying it's racist to think that the aliens build pyramids. Now, let's see. Let's see this one. and I can, on my own, I can go through this, and I'm gonna go over here and show another picture of the pyramids. I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna go here. Alright, so these are some of the pyramids from South America. And it's very interesting how they have pyramids in South America, and they also have pyramids in Egypt, and you wonder about exactly. It's interesting, really, that these two different civilizations were building pyramids. And something I read, well, not read, something I was seeing a video about when the Spanish went down to South America, and they explored this region and they colonized it, and basically what happened was there was tales of these giant people and these very tiny people, these dwarf people, and these basically these people, these vast different heights they saw, and they have these traditions and these ancient religions, and they say about how the pyramids are stacked on top of each other, so there's a pyramid on top of a pyramid on top of a pyramid. They have dug underground with some of these pyramids in South America, and that there's other pyramids below them. And the ancient peoples, like the Aztecs and the Mayans, I'm not saying a specific one in particular, because I don't know exactly, I forgot which one it was specifically, but it was one of them, that they saw this, there's a big flood happening in their region and all over the world, and these giants are very angry because a god was causing a great flood all over the world, and these people in South America built these pyramids to try to reach him and fight him. So that is one of the reasons for the pyramids in South America, because they're angry at this guy that was flooding the earth. It sounds similar to the Christian faith. And I'll look at what chat has to say. Alright, chat. And yes, SC, it went very deep, and there's parts that they can't get to. There's parts of the underground that they can't get to. And basically how there's these chambers and secret things that they cannot access besides the pyramids, because it's really deep under there. And it looks like the pyramids from Egypt, and you wonder, and I wonder really, why do they have pyramids in two different parts of the world where there wasn't technology, and in the sense that people couldn't take a video and send it over to the dudes over in Egypt about the thing they're building. So that is a very interesting factor we have here, is that the aliens could have helped them build it, or even if they built it themselves, I think it was influenced by something from not of this world, at the least. And see, look, it's like Egypt. It's like the smaller ones. Yes, like catacombs. Oh, Stranded. I'll look that up. A pyramid inside of a pyramid in Egypt. And I believe so, but I'm going to look it up, and I think that is true, but let's see what we could find about that. Yeah, but stranded. Yeah, I you are correct, and I don't know. I just don't recall the name of this pyramid. But yeah, like they had these things, and in both areas. And let's see, I'm gonna look at chat in a second. All right, here's a map. Shout out to Way of the Road. That was hysterical. All right. So let's see if there's pyramids over in China. It looks like there's something in China. China. Oh, chat, there's Chinese pyramids. Yeah, so this is a pyramid in China. And that reminds me of like a combination of both of them. It reminds me of the one in South America. Yeah, so shout out to the Chinese pyramids, and let's now that doesn't say China. Well, I think that is China. Well, we're gonna see this one to see if we got that right. Cause let's see. Yeah, it's there. Yeah, I was right. That was in China. The term Chinese pyramids refers to pyramidal shaped structures in China, most of which are ancient mausoleums, and burial mounds built to house the remains of several early emperors of China and their imperial relatives. About 38 of them are located around 35 kilometers northwest of Xi'an on the Guntong Plains on Shanxi province. So it looks like the Chinese. Okay, obviously. So I'm learning something new here, chat. The Chinese also buried their emperors and things inside pyramids, like they did in the rest of the in Egypt, and it's interesting. All right, Shannon. Thank you for information, and I'll look into it to give more confirmation about it. In 1667, the Jesuit father Kircher wrote about the Chinese pyramids in his book. The existence of pyramids in China remained little known to the Western world until 1910. They were documented large numbers around Xi'an, first in 1912 by Western traders, and in 1913, I was about to say 1930, by the expedition Victor Sieglian. He wrote about the first emperor's tomb, and there you go. This is one of the Chinese pyramids right here. Facts, Amanda. Facts. All right. I will, SC. So yeah, chat, that's the one in China. And it resembles the one in South America. That's incredible. It reminds me of the tombs we have here in New Orleans, where they'll bury the dead in these above ground tombs. It reminds me of the pyramids. I think all of my relatives are buried in above ground tombs in Florida and in New Orleans. The ones that preceded me from like people from the 1930s and 1800s and stuff. People that died a long time ago. And also like 1990s. My great grandparents. One of them. So, chat, if y'all have any thoughts, I'd like you all to share what you think about this big pyramid. How it's very similar to the one in South America, and I did not know about this. All right, and that one looks like the one in South America too. Okay, so look up this thing SC wants me to look up. When the general died in 1885, he was buried in Changsha, capital Yun province. Let's see about the chicken. That looks very good. Yum. And this is General Stu's tomb. That's a nice tomb. Yeah. Yeah, it's like, um, yeah, this food's very good. It's very good food. Oh, Anthony, I didn't know that. I learned so much from y'all too. Yeah, I didn't know that, Anthony. Thanks for sharing that with me, chat. And yeah, I love Chinese food. I remember my friends and I we were chilling down the street, and we got some Chinese food one time, and another time my friend was getting it, and then I went back home. Yeah, but you know, I like the Chinese food, and I like Japanese food too. Yeah. Thanks, Stranded. Cause his name reminds me of Sun Tzu, the guy that wrote The Art of War. That's what that name reminded me of, so that's why I was pronouncing it that way. But thanks for the correct pronunciation, because it looks like Sun Tzu, The Art of War. I thought it was him, but it couldn't have been him. That was a different word. Okay, Way of the Road, thanks. And also, so the pyramids you have in different parts of the world, and hey, it looks like it's all aligned. You can see right here, chat, that the pyramids look pretty much like they're aligned with each other. So this is an interesting discovery from the alien perspective. That something, like, they're all symmetrically aligned. So something that was beyond this realm of where we are, without the technology we have, was able to orchestrate this thing. Like the latitudes and stuff. I think that's very interesting. Yeah, so those are the maps of all of the pyramids. Yeah, so that is wild. That is wild. And it looks like the Chinese pyramids. Alright. Now, let's see. Stranded. I understand it's a real person. It's just that it reminded me of Sun Tzu. I'll look. I'll show you the name. This is what I'm thinking of. I'm thinking of Sun Tzu. So, General Sun Tzu. So that's why I pronounced it the way I did. And let's look up General Su. Anthony. But I'm learning a lot today. Learning a lot. Okay. Okay, so this is the extraterrestrial. Now, one thing we'll put up here is the alien artifacts in South America. Yeah, shout out to Lezu. I've read his philosophy before. I've read that guy before. The philosopher, I'd rather say. Yeah, so I show you this stuff. These are some of the artifacts that they found. Yeah, so basically, with these are some of the artifacts that they have. Let's see what the one that I want to see. Is it here? Okay, Seuss, like sus or something. All right, Sos. I can pronounce it all kinds of ways. And yeah, Stranded, thank you for telling me how it's pronounced. All right. So, Mayan documentary to show evidence of alien contact in ancient Mexico. The ancient Mayans had contact with alien visitors who left behind evidence of their existence, according to a new Mexican documentary. Sundance winner Juan Carlos Rufilos. Revelations of the Mayans in 2012 and beyond is currently in production for release next year to coincide with the end of the Mayan calendar, reports The Wrap. Producer Raul Julia Levi said the documentary markers were working in the cooperation with Mexican government for what he said was the good of mankind. He said the order to collaborate had come directly from the country's president, Alva Ario Calabarios. Mexico will release Coindice's artifacts and significant documents with evidence of Mayan and extraterrestrial contact, and all of their information will be corroborated by the archaeologists, he said. The Mexican government is not making this statement on their own. Everything we say, we're going to back it up. Caballerios himself was conspicuous by his absence from the statement released by Julia Levi. So far, the Minister of Tourism for Mexican State at Campeche, Luis Rosado, appears to be the highest ranking government official to go on record confirming the discovery of extraterrestrial life, but he's not holding back. In a statement, Rosado spoke of contact between Mayans and extraterrestrials. So we see these historical documents and that they're discovering how that the Mayans and these different groups may have had some contact with the ETs. And this is supported by translations of certain codices which government has kept secure in underground vaults for some time in a telephone conversation with the Wrap. He also spoke of landing pads in the jungle that are 3,000 years old. The documentary is believed to focus in part on previously unexplored sections of the Mayan site at Calacamul, Mexico. As number of the sites where officials are also backing the documentary. Guatemala. So, like, it's basically saying that the Mayans there encountered some of these ETs. So this supports the other theory of possibly the pyramids being influenced or constructed or assisted by the aliens, that they had something to do with the pyramids being built all over the world. It's the theory of that. So this is, I'm showing you all this to show some more, to shed some light on the theory of them having alien contact. Okay, Anthony McQuaid, thank you for coming to the chat very much. Glad to have you here. And glad you came over. Guatemala, like Mexico, home to ancient yet advanced Mayan civilization, has also kept certain provocative archaeological discoveries, classified, and now believes that it is time to bring forth this information in the new documentary. Guatemala's Minister of Tourism said in a statement. So yeah, basically, it's very interesting that this information's coming out about this. And yeah, so that's basically some information about the Mayans. And this is a little weird looking alien skeleton we'll look into. And this is a teensy alien looking skeleton from Chile. Poses a medical mystery. Look at this little critter. What is that? Oh, your friend's seen one of those skulls way of the road. Yes, there are many of these strange skulls and much larger beings with those skulls. Thank you for sharing that. Yeah. I've seen them too. Well, of course, through the internet, not in person. I've not seen them in person. That's very cool. Way of the road. Very cool. A teensy skeleton with a squashed alien-like head may have earthly origins, but remains found in Chile's Atacama Desert a decade ago, due to make for quiet medical mystery. Apparently, when the mummified specimen was discovered, some speculated that it was an alien that had somehow landed on Earth. Through the researchers involved, never suggested otherworldly origin. Now, DNA and other testing suggests that the individual was a human and may have been 6 to 8 years of age when he or she died. Even so, the remains were just 6 inches long. While the jury is regarding the mutations that cause the deformity, and there is a real discrepancy in how we account for the apparent age of the bones. Every nucleotide I've been able to look at is human. Researcher Gary Nolan, professor of microbiology and immunology at Stanford University, told Live Science. I've only scratched the surface in the analysts, but there is nothing that jumps so far that screams non-human. SC, It is one of my little cousins, yes. Analyzing the tiny human. And I was saying before how in South America there is these very tiny humans and these very large humans that they saw, and this is one of the artifacts from that. Nolan and his colleagues analyzed the specimen in the fall of 2012 with high-resolution photography, X-rays, and computed tomography scans, as well as DNA sequencing. The researchers wanted to find out whether some rare disorder could have explained the anomalous skeleton. For instance, it had just 10 ribs as opposed to 12 in a healthy human. They hoped to determine the age at which the organism died, as its size suggested preterm fetus, a stillborn or deformed child. They also thought the DNA would confirm whether it was human or perhaps a South American non-human primate. The remains showed skull deformities, mild underdevelopment of mind, face, and jaw. Researchers found the skull also showed signs of true encephaly. I've never heard of that. Or high head syndrome. Yeah, high head syndrome. Right here. And they're saying birth defect in which the top of the skull is cone shaped. But my head's not cone shaped, but I have a big forehead. Oh, so we see this chat that there's a condition that caused the cone shaped heads. So, and that would come from what the Bible talks about, the fallen angels mixing with the humans and creating these hybrids, and it caused these disorders. Okay, Way of the Road, thank you for clarifying that about the crystal skull, and that is very cool. That's awesome that she saw that. And we'll look more into that after I get through this. Coneheads. Or pinhead. The genome sequencing suggested that the creature was human, though 9%, listen closely, 9% of genes didn't match up with reference to human genome. So it was 9% something non-human. Remember my friend and I used to talk about how we all may have various percentages of non-human origin from the Nephilims and things of the past, although they were mostly wiped out in the flood. And they had different creatures and things that existed. I know that sounds far out, but this is from the scientific and biblical perspectives and other faiths too. And that it was 9% non-humans. So if you're like a fraction of a percentage or 1% something, you would see a difference. But this person was 9%. That's a lot. And see what it did to the person? How it was a little thing? It took 9% for it to change it. The myth, and also they're saying, in theory, besides my tangent I just had, well, not tangent, my little rant, the mismatch may be due to various factors including degeneration, artifacts from lab participant, preparation of the specimen, or insufficient data. But if it's not one of those things, it's not an error, but there's really some foreign being DNA, that would explain why it was like that. The team also looked at mitochondrial DNA, or the DNA cells' energy making structures that gets passed down from mothers to offspring. The frequency mitochondrial DNA suggested the individual came from the Atacama, specifically from the B2 haplotype group, or haplotype is a long segment of ancestral DNA that stays the same over several generations and can pinpoint the individuals who share a common ancestor way back to time. In this case, B2 haplotype is found on the west coast of South America. So that's some information about this strange individual that they found. And the more mystery, there's more mysteries. The jury is still out on the mutations that cause the deformities, and the researchers aren't certain how old the bones are, though they estimate the individual died at least a few decades ago. They didn't find any mutations commonly associated with primordial dwarfism or other forms of dwarfism. If there are genetic bases for deformities, it is not apparent at this level of resolution. Wow, that's crazy that they found this creature, this person, a couple of decades ago. Wow. Nolan wrote a summary of his work. In addition, even if they found those mutations, they may not explain the anomalous seen in the skeleton. There is no known form of dwarfism out there that could be based on this. This wouldn't be the first time alien-looking remains have been brought to the attention of science. The alien-like skulls of children were discovered in a 1,000-year-old cemetery in Mexico. Researchers who examined the skulls said they have been deliberately wrapped in accordance with the practice of skull deformation that was common in the time of Central America. Stranded, it could be pygmy, but they're saying that this resembles nothing that they know in modern history of any other kind of dwarfism. It's an interesting medical mystery of an unfortunate human with a series of birth defects that currently the genetics of which are not obvious, Nolan wrote. Yeah, so that's it. This is a little critter. Yeah, so the little dude or lady must have been real strange to exist. Yeah, it's funny. It's funny. All right. Yeah, so this is the little alien critter. Yeah, so these are just things that were found in South America that resemble alien beings. It does look like Beavis. It does. Yeah, I can see it. Yeah, so this is the skull that we're talking about. That was funny way of the road. All right, so yeah, that's the crystal skull. That's pretty cool. I like these skulls. I remember something like this when I was young. All right. Okay, now let's see the. Yeah, and you see these cone-shaped heads. It's a similar head shape to the other critter we saw. And yeah, and that looks similar to the Beavis type skull. And that's another one that remember Stranded was telling me about. Yeah, there you go as a meta. Yeah, there you go. All right, so yeah, that's was one of the skulls. All right. So that will yeah. So that's what the pyramids. So I talked about the pyramids in South America, and how in different parts of the world there are pyramids, and they also have these artifacts and different things from these. It seems like from extraterrestrial sources. It seems. Yes, yes, right way of the road. Yes, the Beavis type skull. All right. And now we will talk about, let's see, this thing with the Hawaii. Yeah, because recently, let's see if there's anything going on with Hawaii. And if it's the news from yesterday, I could just elaborate on it. Oh, Meta doesn't want it to be fact checked. Let's see. Hello, Sugar Bones. Nice to have you here. I just was talking about the UFOs. Well, I was talking about the pyramids and how they all, like, if you look at the pyramids on the map in China, Egypt, and our world, it's all adjacent to each other. And about the different alien skulls and this little tiny alien creature, a humanoid that was found that resembles the, like, a Beavis type skull, we call it. And they have these different, like, skulls, these giants and these tiny things. They all have these similar skulls, these strange beings, and also talking about the artifacts and things from Egypt and South America about the pyramids. And see Hawaii News, the fire. Okay, from the Hawaii fire, 388 people were missing. From the Maui fires. They're releasing a list of 388 missing people. That's just terrible. So there's a lot of people that are missing, and they're suing the electrical companies in Hawaii because of their neglect of what they did. And I think that it's terrible what happened, and they should have sounded an alarm about the situation. Alright, Stranded. Thank you for coming. Oh, I agree. I agree it's much higher. And that there's a lot of neglect. I could see the mass damage these people did. Oh yeah, Stranded. I think that it could have been, not Stranded, Sugar Bones. I think it's possible that the fire could have been so hot it turned them into ash. I agree. I do. And like with 9/11, we're talking about before, and I could get into that again with the other people here, the other wave of people. So basically, yeah, I feel like with like tragedies like this, with these fires and these constructions, yeah, it'll cause everything to become the ash. That's what I think could have happened. Yeah, because people had to go underwater. Yeah, because people had to go into the water, and a lot of the people drowned. Yeah, it's terrible. And you got this you got this one house that's just chilling. Yeah, it's just that one house is just hanging out. Like nothing happened. And everything else is all burned. And the reason why some of these houses did better was because Hawaii has a lot of grass from Africa. And this is one of the explanations. And that their houses were better designed to withstand a fire and the other ones weren't. Oh, I know Way of the Road. The people, they're underreporting things. Yeah, and we were talking yesterday about how they're blocking the roads so people couldn't really get out, and it's causing problems to people, and they're making all these things political. And like Brandon, Joe Brandon didn't really do too much about this. Deep fire. And as I said, the Hawaiian Electrical Company is being sued because they didn't turn the power off, and it's a dry area. They have a lot of grass from Africa that grows very rapidly, and it's a dry land, and they used to have sugarcane plantations, but they cut them all down. The land was very dry, and it just caused a recipe for disaster, and they didn't really prepare it right, and it's just very tragic what happened. So, and it looks like the thing with Hawaii, it's still the same, and as I said, they're suing the company. There's countless people missing, so that's the situation with Hawaii. And we're going to go into pyramids also. So, at the Nephilim. Yeah. Yeah, I see what Sugar Bones is saying about the giants who were the children of the fallen angels. Some cultures were that they were aliens. They didn't hybrids, and they're smart and strong. Yeah, that makes sense. Now, did she say something else about? I missed. I'll look back. Yeah, but the she said, and she could. I see what she said about the pyramids and about the Nephilim, and I think that's what she said. That's all I could see. All right, it's good. And yeah, so the pyramids basically. And as I said, they resemble the pyramids from Asia. I mean, from South America, rather. Like the ones in the bottom. And let's see what they look like if they were new. So the pyramids would have looked like that. They would have looked like these giant white triangles. Yeah, that's what they would have looked like. Yeah, and I do believe that the aliens had something to do with them being created. Yeah, they are. And also, they're like that in China. So, the South America pyramids. Yeah, see? Just like that. Just like that. And they use these for various rituals and stuff, and they all are adjacent to each other across the world. And Sugar Bones, I was saying earlier to the rest of them that there's pyramids stacked on top of each other, so they dug underground these pyramids and they found other pyramids. And the story goes from their ancient texts that these giants were angry at a god that was causing a great flood, so they were trying to build pyramids to reach him. But obviously they can't. And that goes with what we were saying about the Great Flood. That one looks very interesting. Right there. Yep. Step pyramids. Yeah, and I remember I learned that when I was reading about those people, like from South America, there is giants and there is very tiny little people. Very tiny little people. And also, they were here and they were building the stuff. And also, right here, yeah, it's a lot like the ones across the world. And I'll show a map of the world. Well, see, these people are like, they're like the size of a tall, a little bit bigger than this thing. Like, that's what they said. Like, and the Spanish conquistadors were trying to bring a giant back and trick it, and something bad happened. And the Spanish were very angry at the people that did that because they didn't want them to mistreat them. And it was a friendly giant. They had friendly giants down there. But when the Europeans came, they wiped out everybody with disease. I'll get into that in a moment. Way of the road, and I think they are, and we're going to get into that. We'll answer that question in a moment. But I do see what you mean. So you see, this is a map of the pyramids of the world that we know of, like what they consider pyramids. So you have China, Egypt, and South America, and they all line up. They're adjacent to each other. Like if you have, remember, they'll have like two lines or two walls, and they're like adjacent. And all these things are adjacent, so something had to, how do they do this without knowing each other, like with technology, that they're able to do that? That's why I think there is some extra help from somewhere else, in my opinion. And I've showed about the ETs, and they're saying the Mayans had contact with ETs. So these pyramids probably are of some extraterrestrial origin. And we're going to go look this up right now and answer the question of Way of the Road. Well, oh, well, that's pretty cool. It's a different language. But we're going to get into... Let's see, Cambodia. Ah, Angkor. We're getting to it in a second. Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. Search Google. All right. Thanks. Way of the road. Okay, let's look at these structures. All right, so this is a temple, and it does look like they have these Cinderellic looking structures on top of it. And so basically, they do have a pyramid type shape on the top, but what these things are these are like temples. A pyramid is something that is triangular and it has the three sides. I remember because there's a geometric equation about the pyramid. It would be 333. You know, it's so it has to be like a triangle. This thing is not a pyramid because it's not built in a triangular shape. But it does look like it has a potential to have become a pyramid, and it definitely has to do with the foreign beings, the angels and the ETs, and it's a temple, but it's not the same thing as the pyramid. Right. Very good question. Very good question. Very interesting structures. Very interesting. I've seen some of these things before, but I'm not that familiar with them. Now, this one... Let's see. Now, that one looks similar to a pyramid. More so. Very cool. Way of the road, you are helping out, and I'm glad that you brought this up. The reason why this has to do with alien tech is because even if it's not a pyramid, and I could look up to see if I'm right about that, which I believe I am, I'm going to fact check myself, is that even if it's not a pyramid, it has to do with them. These beings that created the pyramids or helped them, they also did these other things too. So you're right, Way of the Road. Thank you very much. You are helping. Yeah. But you see these structures, how they look like these pinheads, or they look like the heads of these different things. Like, we'll go over here. You see this critter, how it has this head chilling, and he's like chilling right there? And it has the same type of thing going on here. They like pointy things. I know that for a fact. They like pointy things. Like, it has a triangular shape at the top. And I will say it's very triangular. Rather than it being Cinderellic. Like being a cylinder, it's more triangular. It's like kind of a combination of both, but yeah. Okay, we're gonna look up pine cones of ancient art. All right. Yeah, it does. Yeah, the pine. Yeah, the pine cones. Yep. Yeah, it does look like that. Yeah, they like pointy things because at the end of it, it would have a triangle at the end of that. The tip of that is triangular. Let's see. Yeah, you got some triangular shapes. Pineal gland. Let's see. Yeah, let's see. Yes, it does seem like it is way of the road. So the pine cone represented it's a representative of continuing life, and Tammuz represents regeneration. The pine cone is used by Jenny, sprinkle water, and passerby to bless them. So let's see. Pine cone pineal gland. Yeah, so the pine cone is linked to the pineal gland. Yes, it is. Yep, in ancient times, they did. Amanda, I am doing a garden update. I have it all put together, and it's it's in production, along with some other videos I need to put out. Yeah, so there you go. Yeah, that's the pine cone is the pineal gland. Yeah, the third eye. I could explain all about that. Y'all could know what's going on. Speaking of speaking of the third eye, this has to do some things with the these Asian religions like Buddhism, like the chakras, and like these meditations, and people give off these certain energies, and we all give off energies like we're calm, like blue, or green's like friendly, or orange, or red. Red's like afraid, and there's these different colors, and purple's like extreme intelligence, and people that are more evil or they're dark, they give off like a dark color. And the third eye, which is up there, is the pineal gland they're talking about, is the like the crown chakra. Now, some of these religions, like this one, they could exploit these things a little bit, and like the purple one is not good to get too deep into the purple one, which is the crown one, because it'll cause a backwards effect. Nothing wrong with doing like the meditation stuff, but It's to if someone gets too like deep into it, it could cause to open up a spiritual gate to something if the crown one is done a little bit too much. But there's nothing wrong with doing any of these meditations. I think they're okay as a Christian because these things, it doesn't contradict the Bible, but these are just some from the Eastern religions, and it has to do with the fallen ones kind of manipulated and twisted things around. Right, they took something and twisted it. Yeah, way of the road, exactly. Exactly. Like, technically, a Christian or somebody can do it, like, moderation, or. But if they get too into it, it can. It can cause something. Because this. Remember, they had this thing where the snake goes into your spine. That's not good. That doesn't sound good. So they took something good, like say the fallen ones, they took something good and they twisted it around a little bit. Like God put these things there in our bodies, these energies. Then it gets perverted. Right. Nothing wrong with doing meditations like this. I've done them before. But to not follow into the path of deception though. Like, right. Yeah, rebuke it in Jesus' name. Like, I don't want the snake going into my spine. I'm good. And yeah, because my friend was telling me about the crown one. It gets so purple, it's like it's red and blue. You just kind of like turn like a robot. Because they believe that you all go to this certain energy, this certain level of enlightenment, but there's nothing there. So it's like black. It's like a blackness. It's like you go to this point like an elevator. Like you go all the way up to nowhere. You have to be here. But nothing wrong with some. We all give off energy. But some of these things, it's. Do it with caution. So that's the thing with the third eye and about the pineal gland and some of these Eastern religions, mixing together. How it correlates with the other stuff we're talking about. These temples and things. But basically, like, there's different people in different times. There's wise philosophers and things like Lezu and stuff that were teaching people good things. But some things, like, proceed with caution. Yes, way of the road. Jesus is all you need. God is all you need. And that is good enough to cleanse your energies and all that stuff. Rather than manually doing it yourself, God just does it automatically. Yes, amen. That's the verdict that I came to as well. And yeah, facts. And also, because we all have a free will, we all have a conscience, we're not all like the same conscience. Like they think everybody's part of one consciousness. We're individuals. And yeah, so like 666, it's like not perfect. The 6 is not the 7. Yeah, amen. Amen. And Sarah would have really have liked to have been to this stream. And I will talk about these topics again and again and again. I will. Those that miss it, those that see this again, like, yeah, I'll talk about these things again. Yeah, but Jesus is the way, truth, and the life. And he is the only way. Amen. And also, yeah, the SC is with the corn. Oh, there's going to be a corn video. It's going to be very interesting about the corn. It's very interesting. What happened with that? Look at all these little cones. They're all just chilling. I love these different cultures. They're so interesting. Yeah, and anyway. Yeah, so that's basically the situation with that. And yeah, it's like a pyramid. It's very similar to a pyramid. And I would say it has a geometric framework of a pyramid. And some of the Nephilim survived in the mountains. And there's parts of the Bible that got taken out of some of the Bibles. So, like I was saying yesterday about the Bible, that like the King James Version has a good translation of Old English, because the modern translations in English could be kind of, it may not get the full meaning out of it. And also the other books that their King James put in there, they took out later. They talk about things about Enoch, like say Enoch talks about the Nephilims and a lot of the stuff that I'm talking about, and dragons and things. One of the books that were taken out has to do with these dragons from the Far East that go all over the world. That could be many different things. So I think that basically with the different Bibles and stuff, I like so parts of the Bible, like they talk about different people from the Bible. This woman Judith, she fought a Grendel, a type creature, and Grendel was a Nephilim monster that Beowulf fought. I made some shorts about it. And so you have these different things that are biblical. Like the Bible talks about these other things. The Bible talks about Xerxes and the 300, like the Spartans and stuff. And around that time period, that era. The Bible talks about many things that we're talking about now. Now, yeah, very interesting alien. Where is that? Yeah, Amanda, I don't. Where is what exactly? This place is in Cambodia that I'm referring to. But if you're talking about something else I said, feel free to chat. Oh, you have Enoch. Well, praise the Lord. That's good. You're ahead of me. Okay, so Enoch, going into that. Yeah, so the book of Enoch, it talks about the Nephilims and the fallen angels in more detail. And I think that it's legitimate, and it's part of our Bible. And I highly suggest to read it or listen to an audiobook about it. It's true. If from Because I've done a lot of research on Book of Enoch, and it goes into depth about the time before the flood of Noah. It goes in like a generation before that, and it was like Lord of the Rings, or they had these creatures and things, and God wiped most of them out, but not all of them. So yeah, the Bible, the Enoch is a good book to get into. Yeah. Yeah, Sugar Bones. I don't know. It probably does. That makes sense, but I don't know for sure. I don't know every single part of the book. But let's see. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah, yes. 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 I believe, yes. I get confirmation about what Sugar Bones was saying. And let's look at the other books they have in there. Oh, look who it is. Sarah, the whole time I was talking about the pyramids. And we're still talking about the stuff, so it's all good. But I was wondering where you were, Sarah. It's all good, Sarah. Glad that you're here. And it's good that you're here, Sarah. It's all good. It's all good. Yeah. So it's called the Apocryphal books. I have to get a right pronunciation for that. So these books that they talk more about different things like that Judith, the Wisdom, Maccabees, and they talk about, let's see, Susan, Bel and the Dragon. They talk about the Book of the Giants, Enoch. Yeah, they talk about all kinds of things that would answer some questions. Yeah, so basically they talk about these different things. Let's see what this article says. All right. All right. The Apocrypha. So the Apocrypha is a set of books written after the Hebrew Bible. And let's see. Yeah, so it talks about different tribes of Israel. And Tobit raised by his parental grandmother. Yeah, so okay, so it's talking about the different books they have. And Tobit, so in the book of Tobit, this book tells the story of Tobit, a righteous Israelite from the tribe of Naphtali, living in Nineveh. Nineveh. That's a hard word for me to say. Nineveh. Let's call it that. After Sargon II deported the northern tribes. And then, meanwhile, in a faraway land, the young woman named Sarah, synchronicity because Sarah's in chat. A young woman named Sarah has prayed for death and despair, the demon of lust, Asmodeus, worst of demons, abducts and kills every man, Sarah Matrice, on their wedding. So this tells a story in the Bible where this lady named Sarah, this demon goes and kills every guy that she goes with. The night before the marriage, he's consumed. You see, it's good for these books to be known because it talks about these ETs, these interdimensional beings, and what they're doing. But as I said, at that time period, the people didn't know what these things were supposed to mean, but now in our modern time, we know what they mean because of the aliens. I have not read Jasher. I've not heard of it, actually. And I'll definitely look at that, Sugar Bones. Thank you. Yeah. Nineveh. As I've heard my pastor say Nineveh before. But for a minute, that gave me a tongue twister. Okay, Way of the Road. Alright, thank you for sharing that. That's interesting. I've studied about that stuff too. And then Sarah, and God sends the angel Raphael, disguised as a human, to heal Tobit and free Sarah from the demon. That's interesting. That's good. Yeah, they have different psalms and things in this one as well. Yes, Sarah, I'm telling your story. Okay, so here we have this other one. And the wisdom of Sirach is collection of ethical reaching and closely resembles Proverbs, except that unlike the latter, it is presented as a work of single author, not of anthology of maxims, drawn from various sources, presented in verse from verse. The question of which apothegms actually originated with Sirach is open for debate, although scholars tend to regard him as a compiler or autogeist. The teachings are applicable to all conditions of life, to parents and children, to husbands, to wives, and to young, to masters, to friends, to rich, to poor. Many of them rules of courtesy and politeness, and a still greater number contain advice, instruction to the duties of man toward himself and others, especially the poor, as well toward society and the state, and most of all toward God. And the Bible was very clear to not add or take away from the book. And even if they didn't understand it, they shouldn't have taken it out. And wisdom in Ben Siria's views is synonymous with the fear of God, and sometimes is identified in mind with adherence to the Mosaic law. Maxims are expressed in exact formulas, are illustrated by striking images. They show profound knowledge of human heart, disillusionment of experience, fraternal sympathy with the poor and oppressed. And another one that I was looking at just a moment ago that I was talking about is Judith. This is another book. So these are books that are not in the King James Bible, but the King James translation, it's a good translation. It's the most accurate because it's in Old English. Now the Catholic Bible has a King James version of their Bible too. And the Ethiopian Orthodox Bible has all the books in it. That one has the most books in it. Like, they didn't take anything out of it. And the story of Judith, the story revolves around Judith, a daring, beautiful widow who is upset with the Jewish countrymen for not trusting God to deliver them from their foreign conquerors. She goes with her loyal maid to the camp of the enemy general, Holofernes, with whom she slowly ingratiates herself, promising him information on Israelites. Gaining his trust, she is allowed to access to his tent. One night, as he lies in a drunken stupor, she decapitates him and then takes his head back to her fearful countrymen. The Assyrians, having lost their leader, disperse, and Israel is saved. And they're saying that their leader was similar, like Grendel or a Nephilim type monster. And so this is referring to a something like that. No, this is not Jewish mysticism. It's not Kabbalah. This is from the regular Jewish texts. It's just that it wasn't some early church fathers and some people were confused by these books, and they weren't sure if they were canon or not, but they necessarily were not canon. It just, some things, they're like the origins of it. They weren't like, it wasn't from the Greek or from the Israelites. And then other things like Enoch talks about these, more detail about the fallen angels and stuff. And I think, in my opinion, some things they didn't understand. And just the people at that time didn't have that confirmation. But us in this time period, these books are legitimate for the Jews or for the Christians and Abrahamic religions. This is not Jewish mysticism that I'm talking about here. But if she's talking about the Ethiopian Orthodox, the Ethiopian Orthodox, they're Christians, they're Orthodox Christians in Ethiopia, and their Bible did not take out any of the books. That's basically what they are. Alright, Sugar Bones. And also, chat, let's go dive into this more. In Susanna, a fair Hebrew wife named Susanna, was falsely accused by Echirius as she bathes in her garden, having sent her attendants away, and two lustful elders secretly observed the lovely Susanna when she makes her way back to her house, and they're threatening to claim that she was meeting a young man in the garden unless she agrees to do sexual things with them. And this is one of the so Susanna is one of the other things in the other books, and God delivers her, and Daniel talks about this. And Daniel says the angel comes and cuts the person in two. And also you have Bel and the dragon. The ridiculous worship of idols, and the king asks Daniel, "You do not think Bel is a living god? Do you not see how much he eats and drinks every day?" Which Daniel answers that the idol is made of clay covered by bronze, thus cannot eat or drink. And the king demands the 70 priests of Bel to show him and consume the offering made to the idol. Yeah, this talks about what Daniel went through over there. Let's get the dragon. And then it says the dragon, and Daniel slays the dragon. That's cool. Yeah, in Maccabees 1, the setting of the book is about a century and a half after the conquest of Judea by the Greeks under Alexander the Great, after Alexander's empire has been divided, so Judea was part of the Greek Seleucid Empire. So this talks about historical things. Like, it talks about Alexander the Great and different things like that. Thanks, Sarah. I'm glad you like it. And all of these are books from that were taken from. They're not in the current King James Bible, but they were in the King James Bible, the time of King James. And some of them are in the Catholic Bible, and they're all in the Ethiopian Orthodox Bible. But remember now, the King James translation is the greatest translation to read the Bible in, because I could explain. So, say in the other versions, like say the Catholic American version, Satan tells Adam and Eve, "You surely will not die." But in the King James version, it says, "Ye will surely not die." And ye is plural. It could be plural. So he's saying you both won't die. So you see, with the Old English and our English, it gets skewed. Like when I read these this Old English book I have from school, where the Old English and our way of speaking are very different, and you could see that, and that's why, like, the King James is a great translation, and I like it. And all the Bibles are fine, but they all have different features. And I'm saying is these other books, along with the Bible, are great to look into, and I'm just giving you all like previews to them, and including Enoch. And they're all good Bibles. All the Bibles are good. Like there's a King James version of the Catholic Bible, so it has some of the extra books, but spoken as King James Bible. And I like the Protestant, how they're Bible based, and nothing wrong with the traditional ones, but it's good to have being biblical as well. And people that practice whatever form of Christianity is fine, but I do think the Bible stuff is good and important, but the traditions are not necessarily, they're not definitely incorrect, because the early church practiced both. Right. Yeah, so the Empire Judah was part of the Greek Empire. Yeah. And the Greek ruler attempted to suppress the practice of basic Jewish law, resulting in Maccabean revolt. And the book covers the whole of the revolt. So the Maccabees 1, it talks about the revolt the Jews had against the Greeks. And also, basically, with this goes into detail about it, and this explains why the Jews and the priests were very nervous about Jesus. Peace always upon the Lord Christ, who died for us. And basically, with you could see these rebellions the Jews had against the people that were oppressing them, so they were worried that he was going to do something, which he was just talking, and he was talking about this new kingdom. So the Jews and the Romans were very nervous about Jesus. And Way of the Road, I could explain that situation, and you could practice as you would like. So all the these Trinitarian faiths, so Father, Son, Holy Spirit, that Jesus is God in the flesh, and he came here and died. And there's different traditions, and they all have things in them that are good, and there's sometimes schisms between the different faiths, and they're all legitimate. Someone that's Catholic or somebody that's Protestant, they're all fine. But when I was growing up, I grew up Catholic, and I liked the Bible-based church, and I dived into different Protestant factions, and God helped me see the truth with other people that on YouTube and stuff that taught these things. And basically, with the Bible-based church, that's important to have the Bible and to be biblically literate in the sense that learning things in the Bible and the preachers. But the saints, that's legitimate, and the old churches are legitimate as well. Because the early church that wrote the Bible, that succeeded Paul and Jesus and those people, they practiced that. And if that isn't legitimate, like the Orthodox Church and them, God failed, Jesus failed, God, Jesus, both the same thing. He failed to preserve his church. So those are true. They're both true. So I think, say you like the saints in the Orthodox Church and you like the Bible-based stuff from the Protestant Church, you could feel free to practice both. There's nothing wrong with that. I like both. I like things from all the churches. Like, I like from the Orthodox Church, I like things from the Protestant Church and the Catholic stuff. I like all the different things. Like the Anglican Church, it has a combination of both. Yeah, so that's how you could do it. So the saints are fine and the other things fine too. Yes, Sugar Bones, they were tough. Yes. Yes, and Jesus, yeah, amen. Jesus is great. And Jesus is the only way, and there's many different and people that have their traditions, and I have all the traditions. I like all of them. And because a lot of them fight each other, but I think the Christians should be more united. Yeah, so Sarah says, I think said, I said, she said the saint, after Jesus ascended, began to fail and bring up the church. I don't know exactly what I said about that, so I'm going to clarify my point about that now. So basically, and I'm going to clarify my points, and thank you for bringing that up, Sarah. So some people, I'm talking about the popes and things like that, some people could fall into error, and that's why I think with humans, take humans with a grain of salt, but like humans can be corrupted, but God will never be corrupted, so that's why I like the Bible basedness of the different churches, but that doesn't mean the other thing is illegitimate, though. It's still a thing. And the saints, like, say, like, someone wants to pray to a saint, like, you're not praying to, like it's a god, like, there's a misconception here. So like a saint, like asking a friend to pray for you, like we ask people to pray for, say, Peach or Sarah, like the people from in the heavenly realm, like, so you could ask them to pray to our Father in heaven for something, like you ask a friend to pray for you, but it's not like praying it like it's a god. So yes, so Jesus preserved this church, and there's different factions of these churches, and that's just an interesting point. And thank you for the questions, chat. And as I said, I was baptized as a baby. And Essie, you are correct. People do have to be careful because people misinterpret the saints, and if like you or somebody doesn't feel comfortable with doing it, that's fine. You just need to pray to God alone. That's fine. And basically, there's some people that fell into idolatry by mistake, but it's not like they're not going to go to hell for it if someone made a mistake over that. But so do whatever like an individual feels comfortable with, but people can do the saints if they would like to. But I'm just telling them how it's done. And in SC, that's absolutely correct, and I'm glad you pointed that out because that has caused confusion with people that do that and people that saw that and said this isn't legitimate, but just both sides didn't understood how it worked. So Amanda, her surgery's next week. It's not this week, and I'll let you know how it goes in chat. And people don't have to pray to saints. The Protestant tradition of like God alone, that's fine. I did that. I do that too. And people could practice. See, everybody has different traditions, and they could do as they would like. Yes, Way of the Road. I understand about the Zen Buddhism. Right, I see. Right, and also, well, basically what I'm saying is with the saints thing, that the early church practiced it, and it's like, yeah, the saints wouldn't want to be prayed to like a god. I agree, but someone could ask a saint, like you pray, like praying, asking your friend to pray for you, like that. But people have misinterpreted it and done it incorrectly. So it is a tricky area, and I'm just explaining how it works, how it was supposed to be done. And at that time, the people in that time period, there's probably a few Christians around. There wasn't a lot of people, and they knew that the saints were on the other side, so they asked them to pray to God, is to pray for their cause. But not to pray for it like it's a deity, but of course, like I do, pray to God alone. That's just enough, and that's fine. And that makes things easier. I'm just saying that the people that practice that correctly, it's not illegitimate, because the early church practiced it. But look, as I said, people can do their own thing. If someone doesn't want to pray to the saints, then that's fine. Like, I remember I was Catholic and I was raised with it, and I didn't completely understand it either, and I just prayed to God alone from teenager to now. Then as I got older, I learned how it was supposed to work, and now I get it. Now I get it. But still, yeah. It's a complicated thing that generations of people fought over, and this caused people to split from the church and things like that because people misinterpreted it. They did something incorrect, and the other people saw that. And people like say the candles in the churches. It's like people didn't have electricity and stuff, and it's just the people at that time. That's what they practiced. Because that's when the church was fresh. They're getting eaten by lions. There's a small group of people. And also, but people can practice how they want. It's all good. It's all good. We're here to learn, and I learned, and I thought that the saints praying were wrong, and then other people explained it to me, God helped me understand it better how it was supposed to work. And yeah, because I have different, like, since I was raised in a Catholic church, although I became Protestant later, and I'm related to Protestant people from the Church of England and the Presbyterian Church and Lutheran Church from Germany. And I still, retain the crucifixes and things like that. And the thing with the images and stuff, so, like, there's nothing wrong with having something holy, like a tribute, like, say you have a memorial or a statue of a political person or somebody that did something. That's fine, but people to not worship it as if it was a god, like idolatry. But the saints and the different, like, crosses and things, I think that's fine to have around. Latina is a chat friend that helps out with a lot of the sending me links and stuff. Like a secretary, she's one of the chat participants. Yes, aware of the road. And I live in a French Spanish colony, and I was part of France before. My family, this region was part of Mexico, and it was part of France and a little bit of England. And my family has statues of Mary. We had them in the yard. And Jesus and his Holy Mother. And also, I think it's like there's statues of Lenin, there's statues of communists and dictators and people. I think there's nothing wrong with having a statue of these historical figures from the Bible. Yeah, you see, it gives you the vibe it gives off. When you make something or create something, it gives off of energy. It gives off a vibe to it. And when you see these holy things or you're in the holy church, if it's a Protestant or Catholic or whatever, it gives off something holy, and something created evil gives off something evil. And that's why it's good to have positive things around you, including people or things. Like, you wouldn't want to be around a satanic symbol. I live in New Orleans. It was a French colony. It was also a Spanish colony. It was also part of England at one time, too. In my area, like, my house I'm in, this is a Spanish house. It's stucco walls. It's a nice square house. It's like a conquistador house. And there's all kinds of churches everywhere. The Catholic churches. Yeah, I was baptized as an infant. But nothing wrong with being baptized as an adult, too. I think that's good because people can, like, reaffirm that they believe. Yeah. Oh, nice. Awesome. Yeah, they're really cool houses. It's really dry in my area. It hasn't it has not rained, in a long time, and it's starting to get kind of dry over here, and things are cracking. Yes, yes, it does weigh the road. Yes. Yes, Essie. That's awesome. And in the Catholic Church, people, there's a certain part where you reaffirm your baptism during like the time of the like the time of the Easter. Like people could reaffirm their baptism in the during the Mass, and also, but I think it's fine for people to be rebaptized. That's fine too. And the early church did it for whatever reason, for various reasons, because these traditions go all the way back from shortly after Jesus was went back to his heavenly Father, and these traditions come from all the way back from that time. In Jubilees, it covers much of the same ground as Genesis, but often with additional detail in addressing Moses in the second person and entire history of creation. And Israel is up to that point and recounted divisions of 49 years each. And Jubilees enclaps the time of the creation up to Moses receiving the scriptures upon Sinai during the Exodus. Is calculated as 50 Jubilees, less than 40 years still be spent wandering the desert before entering Canaan. 2,410 years. Wow. For classes of angels are mentioned angels of presence, angels of sanctification and guardian, and angels of individuals. And I like the Christian churches. I listen to a Baptist, I listen to Baptist pastors and a Baptist pastor and pastors. I listen to multiple people, and I like the Bible-based church. A good thing about it, you hear the Bible stories, and the other things are good for the traditions. Like you could like go to all the churches. I think that's cool. I think that's fine. Like people don't have to put Christianity in different boxes. Like people could just see different ones. Yeah, a way of the road, and everyone you'll start somewhere, and it's good to start, you know, sooner than later. And I like what you're saying, way of the road. I like the what you're for telling us, sharing this with us. So each Christian denomination has good things about them, and as I said, I like the Baptist. And I'm related to the bloodline of these different people from England, and so like in England, they may they're very similar to the Catholic Church, and the Presbyterians are the ones that are the genesis of the Baptists of America, because they went to America later and became Baptists. So I'm related to the Presbyterian and Anglican and the Catholic ones from Ireland. I'm related to all three of them. And they all had wars with each other, but then later on, like, the United Kingdom made peace with Ireland, and then the famine conveniently happened to separate England and Ireland, but England was making peace with Ireland, and they're both, like, there's English people converting to the Catholic faith. Like, they're saying it was the English were oppressing them, but some of the English converted to the Irish people's faith. But I'm related to both of them. Both sides. From the United Kingdom. And the Book of Jubilees narrates the genesis of angels on the first day of creation, and the story of how a group of fallen angels mated with mortal females, giving rise to a race of giants known as the Nephilim. And then to their descendants, the Eliquid, or Ethiopian version, states that the angels were in fact disobedient offspring of Seth. So you see these different things that are interesting to know. It goes into details about stuff. While the mortal females were daughters of Cain. It's very interesting. In Grendel, which is this creature from the old Anglo-Saxon literature, and in that story, Beowulf and the people there called on Jesus to help them against the Grendel, which is this big monster, this Nephilim, and he went into a meat hall and he destroyed and killed everybody, and Beowulf defeated him, and they didn't call on the pagan gods but on Jesus. This is when Christianity was fresh and new in Northern Europe. They're like, let's call on the god of the Romans, Jesus. And they defeated him. And you have these similar creatures all over the world, and Grendel is believed to be a descendant of Cain. Because people, like the story of Beowulf, it seems like it is likely based on some event that happened way long ago, because it has a lot of references to these things. And a lot of these monsters seem like they're something from, these fallen angel hybrids. Or even the little humanoid I showed you earlier. That's like a human hybrid. A fallen angel hybrid. In this original book, Hebrew is the language of heaven and was originally spoken by all creatures in the garden, animals and man. However, the animals lost their power of speech when Adam and Eve were expelled. Following the deluge, the earth was appropriated into the divisions and the 3 sons of Noah and his 16 grandsons after the destruction of Tower of Babel. So this is just some of these things that they talk about in the Bible, and it says right here, Jubilees makes an insidious reference regarding the son of Adam and Eve, Cain and his wife, and Enoch was their child. And the spirits of the Nephilim that tried to lead mankind after the flood. Okay, so the Great Flood, Jubilees states that God granted 10% of the disembodied spirits of the Nephilim that try to lead mankind astray after the flood. The little alien, it was a human with 9% DNA from somewhere else, and it was found in South America. That's where it was found. Because I was talking about the pyramids. Let's see. Yeah, so as I was saying, basically it talks about these these fallen the pyramids, and how the pyramids are linked to the South America, and South America has all these archaeological evidence of these extraterrestrial beings, these people from all over the world that were like in these different parts of the planet, has adjacent Egyptian pyramids that are all adjacent to each other. And then you see this situation where these little creatures and these little things that are around. And that's why you see this all linking up together from what the Bible says. And I wondered what these orcs and these goblins and things were, but that was the fallen hybrids, the fallen angel human hybrids, the giants, the orcs, the little critters, all these things. And also, they say this kingdom was ruled by a Messiah that sprung not from Levi, that is from the Maccabean family, as some of his contemporaries, expected from Judah. This kingdom would be gradually realized on earth and transformed into physical nature, would hand the ethical transformation of man until it was a new heaven and a new earth. So that's Jubilees. And there's Maccabees 3. So the contents of the book have legendarily character scholars have not been able to tie to proven historical events, and has all the appearances of a romance. According to the book, after Ptolemy's defeat of Antiochus III in 217 BC, at the Battle of Raphia, he visited Jerusalem, the Second Temple. However, he is miraculously prevented from entering in the building. This leads him to hate the Jews upon his return to Alexandria, and he rounds up all the Jews in the kingdom and put them to death in his hippodrome. Those Jews who agree the abandoned faith are to be spared. An attempt to register all the Jews before their execution is thwarted by the sheer number of Jews. Ptolemy then attempts to have the Jews killed by crushing by elephant. Damn. And orders 500 elephants to be intoxicated in order to enrage them. You see, I like how it goes into these other details about these different biblical accounts that they experience. As God first caused them to overlapse and against the Jews. And then, let's see, God first causes Ptolemy to oversleep, and then causes him to miraculously forget his anger against the Jews, and finally attempts to lead the elephants and his own army into the Hyperdome to destroy the Jews personally, but after impassioned by prayer, a prayer by Eleazar, God sends two angels who prevent this. So this is an account from the text of these other books that were not in some of the Bibles, and that Ptolemy abruptly forgets his anger with the Jews and honors them with various immunities. You see in this biblical story that this guy was hell-bent on destroying all the Jews and crushing them with elephants, like the 300 movie when they fought the elephants. And also, they were basically doing all these things. And then all of a sudden, this prophet prays for him, and he forgets his anger, and he has a festival for them. And then the Jews request to go home and to kill those that abandon their faith. And the Jews return home. So God, the Bible says, the canonical Bible says God can change the heart of a king, and this is a reference to that God changed the heart of this person in an instant. God can do anything. So you see, these other books explain things that the Bible is correct, but this book goes in a little bit more detail. These other books, they're all legitimate, but they all should be together. It's said to not add or take away from it. Amen. Amen. Well, I'm glad that the Holy Spirit guided me to tell you all this. And also, I'm responding to something really quick. And yeah, but anyway. Yeah, so that explains some more of the detail about what happened, and that's from Maccabees 3. All right, and I'm back, chat. I'm here. And so basically, now we're going to go to Maccabees 4. The work consists of prologue and two main sections. The first advances of the philosophical thesis, praising the supremacy of pious reason and passion, over passion. While the second illustrates the points made using the examples drawn from Maccabees 2, principally from the martyrdom of Eleazar and Maccabean youths under Antiochus Ephesians. So it looks like that guy that prayed for the other dude got martyred. The last chapters concern the author's impressions drawn from these martyrdoms The work thus appears to be an independent composition to 1 and 2, merely drawing on the descriptions to support its thesis. It was composed originally of the Greek language with what Stephen Westerholm of the Eastern Orthodox Bible calls very fluently and highly rhetorical and affected Greek style. So basically, I read through these. The let's see, the right name is the Apocrypha. These books in the Bible that they were not too sure about. Very interesting, very good that they explain this about the different angels and the burnings of organs drive the demon to. Oh. Upon arriving to Media, Raphael tells Tobias of a beautiful Sarah, whom Tobias has the right to marry because he is her cousin and closest relative. The angel instructs the young man to burn the fish's liver and heart to drive away the demon when he attacks on the wedding night. The two marry, and fumes of the burning organs drive the demon to Upper Egypt, where Raphael follows and binds him, and Sarah's father had been digging a grave secretly to bury Tobias under. The assumption that he would be killed surpassed to find his son-in-law alive. Well, he orders the double-length welding feast and has the grave secretly filled. Since the feast prevents him from leaving, Tobias sends Raphael to recover his father's money. After the feast, Tobias and Sarah return to Nineveh. There Raphael tells the young to use the fish's gall to cure his father's blindness. Raphael reveals his identity and returns to heaven, and Tobit sings a hymn of praise. We were just talking about singing praise, synchronicity. Way of the road, thanks for sharing your testimony about your path to where you are now with Christ. Yes, Buddha didn't want to be seen as a deity. That's true. And also, Buddha did believe in one God, and God did send different messengers to different people and parts of the world. And so, but Buddha did believe in one God. And also, but as I said, Jesus is the completion. Jesus is the final completion of everything to follow in our modern times. And so, yeah, so that's an interesting thing about Buddha, and I've studied a lot about him. And I will say about the leprosy outbreak, I know it's kind of random, but since there's some people in chat that may have not been there, with the leprosy outbreaks in the deep south, that there's modern medical thing, that there's ways to treat it if someone got it, and people stay healthy and clean and have a good immune system and take vitamin C, people would be fine against the leprosy thing that's happening in the deep south. And just remember, people could use these as tactics to get people to not vote or something. So you have people that are doing different things. So just beware of these agendas. Like the media wants you to be afraid of something. Always remember that, like the leprosy thing, it's just nothing to be concerned over. I want to mention that because there's some new people in chat. And there's different books in the Wisdom of Solomon about justice, speech, and introduction, followed by departures of plagues, discretion of God's power and mercy, discretion of false worship and further plagues, recapitulation and concluding doxology. All right, Sugar Bones, thank you for coming. I really like you coming to the chat again. It was nice to have you here again. And everybody that's watching on YouTube, the rerun, everybody in chat, I appreciate everybody. All the subscribers, thank you. Yeah, that's a depiction of the giants. And these things in the Bible, these interdimensional beings, hey Meta, love you too, bro. How's funny. And yeah, so basically that these beings, like Halloween, I was explaining how our world, the people that celebrated Halloween were the ancient British people, and other parts of the world, like Sarah pointed out, in Japan. It's similar to Halloween. So these ancient people were around on Halloween. The earth and our realm and the spiritual realm would get thin, and we would have these things appear in our realm. So people would have these masks, and they would wear, and they would dress up as things, and they would try to blend in with the other beings that were coming from the other side. So that's where Halloween comes from. In our modern age, it seems like these beings are coming through without Halloween. So with the end times and the things that are going on, that's why we're seeing these beings over here more. Oh yeah, the chickens. Yeah, so that's them celebrating it. The ancient British people. Like the Welsh and the Irish. the Scottish and stuff. And as I mentioned earlier, and I'll mention again with some of the other people here, that the Pentagon was trying to make some plea deal, or they want to make a plea deal with the 9/11 perpetrators, and they're like, the people that have relatives that died in that didn't like that, and they would want the trial to be public. And the guy in question is Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, and this is the guy that like came up with the plot for 9/11, and they're holding them there. And so I definitely think that with this individual, they shouldn't have the plea deal with them, and there's also political attributes to what they're doing. Like I was talking about earlier, how they want to do this political hot potato and try to get rid of it before the next election, and the current Pentagon administration. So I definitely think that they should not make a plea deal with the terrorists, and they should just have the trial public. That was funny way the road. Yeah, and also I'll get into see that that we're talking about that earlier. Yeah, so that's what I think about that situation with the terrorists. They shouldn't give them that chance. Yeah, and also I'll talk about something a little bit different. I'll talk about, say, Japanese food. Do y'all like Japanese food? I'm just curious. Oh yeah, SC Wolverines. I know what you're talking about. In the trial, it would reveal about those other things. Like the guy would spill the beans about what happened, and that's why the government, they don't want them to have a trial, a public trial, because they don't want the guy saying what he knows about that incident. So you're right, and we would know more with a public trial. Yeah, Japanese food's very good. Because this is another part of the show when I talk about these other things. Also, after the other topics. Yeah, for my birthday, I had Japanese food. It was nice. Usually for my birthday, I get Japanese food. Oh, tell me the song, Meta. Tell me that. So yeah, that's some good Japanese food, and I got that, and Also, I love their traditions and their culture. Very cool. And also, let's see. I got something else to say. Let's see. Let's see what the desserts are. Yeah, their desserts look really cool. Yeah, the yeah Meta that video about the chickens is on Meta's channel. I saw it earlier. I remember I went to this thing when I was a kid. So when I was a kid, I went to the hibachi thing, and I liked it. It was fascinating, but I was frightened by the the volcano a little bit, and the dude made like a small little fire. Or I wasn't really frightened by it. I just wasn't really sure what it was exactly. I wasn't really too sure what was going on, and the dude was like, "You make a smaller one." A Japanese grocery store. That sounds really cool. Interdimensional molesters. Let's see. Yeah, so I like the Japanese food. My mom, she ate Japanese food when she was pregnant with me. Okay, Meta. Thank you. Alright, I'm about to be with y'all in just a moment. Okay. Here I go. Go. Alright. Yeah, so. Oh. Yeah, that's very sus. An alien that likes Japanese food. I know. Alright. I'll show y'all some New Orleans food. This is a dish in New Orleans, the gumbo. All right, Sarah, thanks. Oh, nice way of the road. Yeah. With my friend, I'll tell you another story. So, when I was with my friend down the street, it's a black area. They love making gumbo. It's a Creole family, like there. So Creole is like black and white, French and Spanish, and British a little bit, and Native American Indian mix. So that's what like some of these black people around here are like. That's what the Creole means. It used to mean like the French colonists, but then it now means like a French like black person from New Orleans or from the Caribbean. And the people, they make good gumbo in this area. They make very good gumbo. Like my family didn't leave the area, like they stayed and got good gumbo. And they always treat me to good gumbo. And that's how I know about gumbo. Yeah. And also we got some gumbo. We got oh yeah, crawfish. Oh really? Way of the road? Yeah, they would be similar because they would both be Spanish. You like jambalaya? That's good too. Yeah, so basically, yeah, I remember we had crawfish. That was good. And speaking of this, I remember. Oh look, Se, hey buddy, got your corn right there. And yeah, so that's I had that, and I had crabs. So one time I had some crabs, and like they would go out and they would fish, and they would catch crabs at night around November. And they would bring them in, and I would help them out with it. And I remember the crab. It's like my friend and I were on the back porch with his mom, and basically we would go and with the crab, and the crab was running around the back porch, and my friend ran out the back of the house to the front of the house like in a blink of an eye. Hello, Rulia. Nice to see you. Glad you could be here. We were talking about some things in the Bible. I was talking about the Nephilim and the aliens and the pyramids. And now we're talking about different food, like stuff from New Orleans and Japan. Like this is where I am. Yeah, so I had some interesting times like with the crabs and stuff. Like remember the crab just runs around the back porch. Remember my friend's back porch. It's the kind of crab. It's like it's a blue crab. The crabs are like this. Yeah, so that's the kind of crabs that I've seen that we have around here. Right. And then we have the Chinese food. Yeah, Chinese food's good too. Rulia, I'm doing good, Rulia. We had a good night. We talked about the different things in the news and stuff. It was good. And I'm doing good, and the other ones could answer for themselves. And I'm doing good with my family and everything. And there's a drought down here, but it's all going well. Besides that, but the drought's interesting because the grass is all like dead. Y'all ever had dumplings? Oh, that's awesome, chat. That's awesome. Oh, really? She said she hopes I get some rain. I did get some rain like last week for a moment, briefly. Oh, then it got flooded with rain. Wow. Yeah, we were talking about General Susus earlier, and yeah, this is something interesting that they have down there. And yeah, the you see, this is basically that's the same peppers that I grow. You see what they have there? That's the same peppers. And oh, in Louisiana, Rulia, there is an explosion west of me from an oil gas company, but it was contained in that region. But New Orleans in the area is having a no burn ban, so nobody can grill or burn anything because they don't want a wildfire. Yeah, the tropical storms. Yeah. Look up this dish that this dude talked about. Flagidio. Fiji. Fiji. Oh, yeah, da. Interesting. Yes. So, yeah, that does look like gumbo. Yeah, so that's the different things right here. Yeah, it's similar to gumbo. It's a Brazilian dish. Yeah, I definitely will try this. And we were talking earlier about the aquariums and stuff, and I like the different creatures and things. Let's see. Planet 10. Yeah, it was black beans. Alright. So basically, this is like the planet 10 that's out in the middle of the solar system, way out in the distance, beyond Neptune. And they say it's not there, but now they're saying it's there, NASA's saying. And we've been talking about it for years over here. It's very interesting. And I'll show this thing again. This is the dwarf alien. It looks like a Nephilim child. They found in South America. In Chile. It's from Chile. Oh yeah, Meta. I can't guess what you're playing. I really can't. Oh, Rulia, I didn't know that. Thanks for sharing that. That it just seems like in the dry regions, it's like that. Yeah. Yeah. So that little thing, it's like the Nephilim skulls. Yeah, it was. Yeah, its DNA was 9% non-human. Yeah, and these are like the skulls that we see. They're similar to what we were talking about before. In Rulia, before you came to chat, I was talking about the Maccabees and the different Israel tribes that were fighting the different invaders. It was pretty cool. Let's see. Another thing I want to say is about the these dragons and stuff. They're saying I was watching something like Sarah sent me, and Sarah, thank you for sending me about the dragons. That was really interesting. And they're saying an explanation that they could have had creatures like that in England, but they had these strange, like they would drain the swamps, no pun intended, and they would use it for farmland, and it could have caused some of those creatures to die off or go away from there. And there could be other explanations as well. And I'm going to go back to the pyramids again. Since Ruli is here. So basically, that's interesting. He was a Mayan. Yeah, because the heads are a lot like, because there is this disorder we were reading about when we are talking about the dwarf alien kid, and basically they would have these, these elongated skulls, and they're trying to emulate and mimic what their gods look like, which is like the Nephilim stuff from the Bible. And you had the pyramids in South America. And it's very similar to the ones in Egypt. And it's very interesting. So, Rulia, thank you for telling me that. That was very cool. And also, we have that, and they look a lot. They look a lot like the Egyptian pyramids. That's really cool. Yes, she is quite a mix, Rulia. Yes. And oh, I'm gonna grow the ghost pepper. That's on the list of peppers I'm gonna grow. Because down here, like in the winter and the spring, like corn and stuff grows the best. And the peppers I bring in during winter, during cold times, and the peppers are doing great. And I'm gonna grow some more peppers. Right. And yeah, exactly, Rulia. That they have a lot of things that like worshiping the aliens. Yeah, and another thing I want to tell you, I was doing some research about the South Americans, and they dug underground and they saw a lot of these pyramids have pyramids on top of them. Like if you dig underground, there's pyramids on top of pyramids. And there is the story that these giants in South America were very angry at this god, at one of their gods that was flooding the earth to get rid of giants. And it sounds like the one from our god that was flooding the earth. And they're trying to build these things to reach him to fight him, but they couldn't. And these fallen beings, these demonic angels, they came from, and they have these certain features, and people are trying to mimic them, like the Easter Island heads. And it's very intriguing that that's what was going on here. And it just all links together from what the Bible talks about and these other faiths we're talking about and these other religions. It confirms what the Bible says. Yes, I was just talking about that. And so basically, yeah, like the book of Enoch and the Genesis, they talk about the Nephilim and these giants, and they're the offspring of fallen angels and humans, called the Nephilim. So the Nephilim in the Hebrew Bible, the Christian Old Testament, a group of mysterious beings or people of unusually large size and strength who lived before and after the flood. The Nephilim are referenced in Genesis, and Numbers are possibly referenced in Ezekiel. So that's what they're talking about. And there's the Book of Giants, and there's something called the Judgment of the Nephilim. It's interesting. Like orcs and goblins and old critters, they created these hybrids, and that's what those hybrids were. And like King David defeated the giant. Yes, Goliath was a Nephilim. Yeah. Or at least like a descendant of them. Yeah, he was. Because the humans, even us, there's tiny little genetic traits of these things even in us. And these Nephilims, they're related to Goliath, and Goliath was one. Yes. Exactly. I like wasabi too. I agree. Yeah, I love doing that. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Essie. Exactly. Yeah, yeah. Thanks, Julia. Descendant. And also, there is something that Sarah was mentioning to me, and I was reading in a book, and y'all gonna make some jokes about it. The book Moby Dick. I was reading some. I like reading that book. I was listening to it because I think it's interesting, and they're talking about Leviathan, and this was another beast that's under the sea that has to do with these things also. Yeah, those are some more Nephilims. Yeah, I agree, Rulia. I agree, and I'm part Irish and Scottish, and I'm Celtic. Yeah, they drown in. Yeah, so those are the Nephilim creatures. Yeah, I'm related to all the European countries. Like I've like from the different things. All right, let's see. Oh, we're talking about. I just ran into something Celtic. Cambion comes from the late Latin camberi. Probably didn't say that right. And ultimately from the Celtic root comb, meaning crooked or exchange. Camberi. Yeah, so the offspring, the European mythology, the literature since at least the 19th century, the Comboyon is the offspring of incubus, succubus, or other types of demon with a human. In words' earliest known uses, it was interchangeable with challenge. Yeah. Yeah, SpongeBob's a cool show. I liked watching it when I was a kid. I still like it now. I know about Morgan. She killed him. Yeah, I know about Morgan. I know about the. I love listening to Celtic music. I like that too. Like I'm like British. I'm related to the English, Welsh, Scottish, and Irish. Like it's my family tree over there. It's funny. It's like they're all like mixed together. Also with French from over there and the Italians also. Like I'm a whole mutt of different things. Right. Yeah. When I was young, I liked listening to that stuff. I like the Celtic forests and stuff. It's really nice. Like I'll show y'all an example of this. Like this is Celtic forest art. Like Irish, Scottish, like forests. Like it's depicted from the old ages. Awesome way of the road. Awesome. And also I'm also have German also. My name's German. As I said, it's pretty much like all of Europe. I'm related to. Like I'm they're like mixed with like different people that came to America and England and all these different people mixed up. Oh, Rulia, I didn't know that. Thanks for sharing that. Nice. I'm related to Eastern Europe also, and I'm related to Czechoslovakia. Yeah, so that's some Celtic magic stuff, and well, from their ancient stories, it's a really cool island. Yeah, he sounds like it. Yeah, that looks like a Nephilim, a Celtic Nephilim. Yeah, that's another Celtic Nephilim. Nice, Rulia. Nice. I'm also related to the Romans, the Roman countries, like Italy. Yeah. Adrian von Ziegler is a very good artist. He does stuff with like Celtic music, like sound effects and stuff. That dude does a good. He does good music. Like he also has the cool like backgrounds. Okay, really? Yeah, thanks. I didn't know that. Yeah, but yeah, so like you're talking about Morgan. Yeah, I know about her. Like I said before, like I said, that was pretty interesting. They have music about that, like sound effects about that based on those themes. All right. Thanks, Rulia. All right, I'm getting the link to the dude's channel. All right. He does Celtic fantasy music and Japanese music and stuff like that. Y'all check him out. He's really good. Yeah, Way of the Road. That is true. The tribes The uncontracted tribes. Yeah, yeah, because there's people there that are just like they have these, you know, that they never saw civilized people before, and they throw spears and stuff at like the drones and things like that. All right, Rulia, that's good. He does good music. Like on my channel, I do a variety of different things. I I do I do all kinds of things on my channel, and the sound effects is the first thing that I did with the channel, and I still will do them. There's just so many different things the channel goes to, like the different videos and stuff. Yeah, so let's see over here. So yeah, the Morgan goddess, she's like a Valkyrie from the Norse people. So like the Swedish people and the Nordic people up there, the Valkyries are these like warrior women. Aurelia, I do things too with drawing. I drew a cross out of chalk on this thing. Yeah, I like doing that stuff too. Yeah, just the Celtic art's so cool. When I was a baby, I never took naps. When I was like a little kid, and I used to always just watch random things and stuff. Okay, let's see. Oh yeah, we'll talk more about this, but like, it's been a while. Like, I haven't really drank anything in a while, but I remember there were certain wines and stuff that I tried that were pretty good. And it's been a while since I've drank that though. I remember I had rum one time, and well, in the past I used to have it like a little drink. It was like a little pirate drink. So the reason why the pirates drink rum, they would drink rum with lemon and stuff like that to prevent scurvy. And also, I'm going to go here and let's see what other information you get about that. It was exported back then. And another thing I remember is like there's a lot of Irish pirates. That's another interesting thing about that. Let's see. Now I'll tell you all more about the peppers I have. Yeah, meta. So yeah, that's the pepper I grow. And so what happened with this pepper is that the Portuguese brought it to Asia. That's why the Asians have it in their dishes. That's why Sarah has it over there. And I brought it back here. And they brought it over there in like the 1600s. It's a pretty epic story. And another thing I remember is like one time there was these different things that I would do, and I like to try to taste the different things. It was nice. In New Orleans, they have a beer called a Beta, and I don't drink that. As I said, I haven't drank anything in a long time. But basically, they have these different types in New Orleans, and it's pretty cool. It's made out of the natural water and stuff. Yeah, Blue's Clues. I watched Blue's Clues as a kid. I remember when I watched it. It was a very cool show, and I remember he would have the crayon, and you would have his notepad, and you would have the mail, and you would have the other critters talk to him. I remember that. I like Blue's Clues a lot. Yeah, Ativia. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, AVT. I may not know what that is exactly. See what that is. Let's see. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think I know what that is now. I remember. Oh, speaking of Bob, I used to watch Bob the Builder. Oh yeah, I know who this guy is. I don't know much about him, but I've seen him in memes and stuff on the internet. And I'll ask this, chat. Do y'all have anything cool y'all doing this weekend? Let's see. Yeah. You see, I remember this Blue's Clues. That's the one that I watched. Nice Way of the Road. That's cool. Yeah, Salt and Pepper. I remember that. And then there's this new Blue's Clues. It's like all animated. That's interesting. I think it's pretty cool. As I remember, it was like a drawing. Yeah, so that's interesting that they have, yeah, how they did with the show. It's really cool. And they have like a pink one now. All right, Meta, I'll remember that. Meta, I get it. I get it. Oh yeah, in school I studied about Claude Monet, and for some play I was him in a play, and I had like a little beret on my head. Yeah, he was a good painter. Speaking of artwork, well that's cool, Rulia. I like art and photography. I like that stuff too. Hey, he does have a cool beard. All right, SC. Thank you for coming. Yeah, thank you. I love the outdoors and I like camping and stuff. I like that stuff too. All right, SC. See you later. Good night. Yeah, I remember when I was in school and we were chilling. Yeah, and the picture's over. Let's see if it's over here. Okay, there is a picture, but it's kind of dark, and I could just make like a post about it. It's one of the pictures I took when I had like a paintbrush, and there's like a canvas, and I had a hat on. Yeah, but yeah, I was him in a play when I was a kid. Let's see. Another one I like is no, it's This is a very good French artist, Gustave Doré. Yeah, that's like some of the stuff we talk about with the interdimensional beings being summoned from their dimension. And this is from the Bible when they were speaking to the valley of the dry bones, and Ezekiel brought him back to life. Yeah, I think camping's really cool. I like that stuff. How's funny, Dark Meta? How's funny? She didn't survive. Yeah, that's SC Wolverine's chilling in his tent. Yeah, so basically we got here is the tents. It's pretty cool. Heard some interesting camping stories. Yeah. I remember I went to the campground in Mississippi, but it was like a trailer park. It was a trailer camper ground. It wasn't like this kind of camping ground, but you could still do that over there, though. Of course. I remember they had the fire, like the wood, and they would do this. Yeah, Meta, that sounds epic. Yeah, that sounds epic. That's something I've not heard of before, Sarah. Oh yeah, I know what that is. Sarah, I know what that is. Yeah. It's a German thing, yeah. I know that. I thought I knew, wasn't completely sure. I like stuff with the old west and the wagon trails and stuff. It's pretty cool. Yeah, I'm just thinking like camping would be really, that's really something I need to try at some point, and I need to do that. I never, yeah, I've never done that before. But I've been outside really late at night in the woods and stuff. Oh yeah, like I never camped in a tent, but I've been out there like all night into the morning. That's pretty cool. Like what Meta said, you could just sit there and survive being in the elements, just being there. Yeah, Rulia, that's cool. I'm glad you're still around. I was wondering what Meta's freaking out. It's okay. So one time, like I was like chilling with my friends, and we would like walk around, and it would be like the morning time. and we would, hang out and stuff. And I remember, like, I've seen the sunrise before. It's really nice. That is something marvelous to watch, the sunrise. That's impressive. It's epic. And another thing is, like, at my yard, like, I like watching the stars in the sky, and I've seen the moon. It goes all the way, to the back. I like that. Way of the road, over here, there's cats. It's just cats here. But I like dogs also. And I remember my aunt in Kentucky had a dog, and she still has the dog named Max. And it's an Indian, like American Indian, Native American dog. And so I've been around them many times, like with family members. But here there's just cats. And I remember I used to run with the dog in the hills in Kentucky, like over and over again. There's a lot of hills up there. It's nice, and it gets really dark at night. But dogs are great. I love dogs. Nice, nice companions. They come in clouds, yeah. I have not seen any mosquitoes lately. Probably because of the drought. But yeah, we usually would have tons of mosquitoes. That's funny, Meta. The drink is a life changer. Yeah, but I've heard of that drink before, that German drink. I've heard of it. Oh yeah, now SC he has a dog. He goes camping with, and yeah, like whenever I go camping in the future, I wouldn't mind bringing a dog. That's fine in the future. But right now in this place, there's the cats, funny cats. But yes, I like both, and they both have their strengths and purposes. Yeah, Meta. I understand. Yeah, so camping I think is a good thing. I like outdoor stuff. I think hiking is good. I think I like lifting like weights and exercising. I like that too, but yeah, I love the outdoors. I'm outside all the time, all night, like every night. I like being with the trees and like the swamplands that we have here. It's real swampy and it's like the woods at the same time with palm trees. I like it. I love looking at the constellations and the stars. As I said, I remember when I stayed up all night. Remember the sky? It turns like a aqua, and then it gets like lighter, And remember, I saw the crescent moon laying on its back with a star on top of it. It was epic. Yeah. Oh, way of the road. I agree. I agree. Oh, centipedes. Way of the road. Yeah, we got There's centipedes that like come in the house. And also the gators. I remember like down on the bayou in Lafitte. Well, I went. Oh, I went to this pirate ship where the Pirates of the Caribbean ship was, and I went down there and with my friend, my buddy Nash, and also what we did was with Nash, we went down there and we didn't see any alligators, but there's a lot of them down there. Yeah. All right. I'll Google Mucade. Whoa. Whoa. Yeah, that's like the type in Vietnam. Trigger warning to chat, alright? Yeah, that's epic. Yeah. Now our centipedes aren't that big. I remember like I saw pictures of Vietnam War and they're picking up one of those things. It was gigantic. Yeah, like that's during Vietnam. And a lot of the people they got killed by wild creatures and things. Yeah. So this is the kind of I haven't drank beer in a long time. Like I don't really do it anymore. Yeah, I haven't drunken anything in a long time. Yeah, but that's like a beta. They had these different flavors and stuff. It's pretty cool, and it's like natural tasting water, and it's nice and sizzly. It's really majestic. It's really majestic. And my friend, he used to do Fireball. I never did it. Like he would do that one. I never did anything like that. Whoa, Sarah, that's crazy that that happened. Well, that's crazy. Oh, oh, okay. I was a little bit confused for a second. And yeah, so basically, yeah, with a beta, yeah, I've had that before, and also Dixie beer. I had that one too. But as I said, I don't. It's been many years. I remember I used to have it with like crawfish. I would play the pirate game. I would have the thing. I was like, that was pretty cool. Yeah, so they have some good food and stuff down here, and the wines. I've tried different wines. They're pretty good. I had some like gothic type wine, and I had some yeah, various ones. Pretty good. Remember, I had this pink one. It was a French one. It was nice. Yeah, sir, that had to be very creepy. And Way of the Road said, he's not willing to surround. He's not. Yeah, like 45. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, facts. Way of the Road. Facts. I thought the cockroaches were bad, and now I learn about this monster from Japan. But it was in Naruto. Be trigger warning for a second, chat. Trigger warning. Trigger warning. All right. I just want to get some definitions about this thing. What in the world is it? Trigger warning. All right. I'm just trying to learn something about it. It's a giant centipede. It's very painful. Oh, wow. All right. Let's see the wines. Oh, and I also like tea. That's something else I like. Yeah, that's another tea that I like. I like tea. I like green tea. Those are a variety of different teas I like. All right, Way of the Road. I didn't know that. Thanks for going in detail about that. Yeah, green tea's nice. Oh, shout out to Rulia that she's drinking the tea right now. Yeah. Synchronicity. Synchronicity. Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, I like drinking Earl Grey tea. And yeah, I'll play the applause for synchronicity. So chat, get ready. I'm about to play a clapping sound effect, so turn down the volume a little bit because it gets kind of loud. Okay, in just a moment. There we go. Hello, Latina. Glad that you're here. No, I know, Sarah, and I don't add sugar to the green tea either. I picked up on that tradition also. Yeah, where the road. That sounds funny. Yeah. Yes, past Pluto, Amanda. Yes. Yeah, we're talking about tea. Yeah, and basically with the tea, that is, I liked adding lemon and things to it. It's very good. Also, Lady Grey. Yeah, tea's so good for the health. And I do have a tea blog where I blog about different things in tea. I love everything about tea. I drank it since I was a kid. But I love sugar too. I think sugar's fine to put in it, but I recently like picked up on the tradition of not adding the sugar to it. But I still get it with Earl Grey sometimes. Like different things. I recently had some Southern tea recently when I was with my grandpa. I got it. It was actually at McDonald's. I just had the tea. It was good. Yeah, I like both. I like the sweet Southern tea, and I like the other kind of tea too. That's funny, Meta. Yeah, Way of the Road. I've heard of that too. I've heard of that also. But I like both. But I understand. I understand. I agree. All right, trigger warning for chat because I'm about to show the monster again. The Moocade. All right, trigger warning. This is the Moocade. It's this demonic creature. Trigger warning. Well, I'm being like symbolic, but it's a giant centipede that bites people and it causes problems. So trigger warning to everybody. And it was in Naruto. Yeah. And it bites. I thought cockroaches were bad. I mean, I didn't know what the heck I was talking about. Oh, Latina, thank you for letting me know. Thank you. And Meta, that's a funny story about the hexing. That's funny. Alright, we're going to change the screen, everybody. Yeah, this is the Southern tea. He's becoming desensitized. Ah, I see. Hey, Jacob. What's up, bro? Glad that you came. Latina, it's a centipede. Like, there's a tiny centipedes we have here. They're like that big, that crawl on the walls and stuff. But man, they got some Nephilim centipedes over there. Good grief. As I said, I thought roaches were bad. I mean, I see them on the wall and stuff, and they fly on me outside, and they're like, all right. Like, I don't really care, but like, wow, these centipedes. It's like that meme, like, oh, I'm dying, help me. Yeah, that's basically when you see that centipede. It's crazy. Yeah, they're house centipedes. Yeah, the way the road is right. So basically, what I was seeing in my house were the house centipedes. Well, I'm seeing the house centipede. Let's see if that's the same thing. No, the house centipede isn't quite like that exactly. It just looks like a miniature version of the other centipede. Now, hopefully those other centipedes don't get bigger, but yeah. But as I said, yeah, a house centipede works fine, but they look a lot like the... Oh, it's a millipede, I think. Yeah, the thing I'm talking about is like a millipede type looking thing, but it's also like a centipede too. It's like the same thing. House centipede, that's fine. Latina, I know. You're talking like a cryptid. One of those things we talk about. Yeah, Google house centipede. All right. It's like the centipedes we have. They don't really look like that exactly. Yeah, they're not like that. It's more like yeah, they don't bite. Yeah, they don't bite. They don't really look like that. I think it was more like a millipede. It wasn't really like that either. Well, yeah. I think I don't know. It was either a miniature centipede or a miniature millipede, or some kind of combination of both. I think it may have been a millipede. I have to go back and whenever one crawls around, I'm gonna take a picture of it or a video of it. All right. But it's something like a millipede and a centipede or something like that. And yeah, so let's go to the trigger warning for chat. Yeah, so that's iced tea, like I was talking about before. Yeah, way of the road, I understand. Yeah, amen, Sarah. Amen. Yeah, tea's pretty cool. Yeah, this tea's pretty cool. Well, that's some strawberry tea. Oh yeah, the geckos. We have geckos here too, dude. We have those here also, and like you can see through them, they're pretty transparent. Hello, Miss Madam. Glad you could join us. We're just talking about a variety of different things. Yeah. The Night Owl Aliens. Well, right now it's 4:58 a.m. my time. Sweet Southern tea. Well, actually, I'm about to end the stream soon. I was about to end it soon. It's nice having the chat friends here. Yeah, I don't drink any coffee. I just have this thing in me to keep doing what I'm doing. But I do also get sleep that's good to get. You're welcome, Way of the Road. I'm glad to help you with that, and that y'all liked it. Well, Miss Madam, I have different hours and things. It's a little bit different than yours. And also, we have this nice tea. Nice tea. Alright. And as I said, chat, I'm about to end it soon, and I want to say that this stream was very cool. It was really an amazing stream. And also, I am thankful for everybody that came and everybody that spent this time, and people that are watching, people that are watching a rerun, people that are in chat. Thankful for all of you. And we're going to be closing it up. And we talked a lot today about, and yesterday and today, I feel like a time traveler, about the various different things that we discuss. Yeah, Miss Madam. Yeah. That makes sense. And I'm glad that you're able to come through at the last moment. And also, we talked about the Bible, about the 9/11. Although I'm going to be making videos about the 9/11 thing, there's more stuff that's going to be coming out on the channel about how the Pentagon's being goofy, about that, about trying to give them a plea deal, and we talked about the Nephilim and the Bible, and pretty much everything in the world we could talk about. Yeah, Latina, but I'll be talking about the same topics again. It goes through cycles. There'll be more, throughout the different times. Hope everybody has a wonderful night, morning, watching from all over the world. Yes. Yeah, and mute Meta. And Meta mute. Thankful for him too. And Way of the Road, I'm glad you participated, and it was nice to have you here. Nice to have you. And everybody else. And I'll be talking more about these topics in future streams. Alright, God bless all of you. And now it'll be shutting off. Alright. Good night, everybody, and God bless all of you.